Many thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, and quantum enthusiasts, good morning. I'm Noor Nugali, Deputy Editor-in-Chief at Arab News, and it is my great pleasure to welcome you today to World Quantum Day 2025, a landmark event where we celebrate 100 years of quantum mechanics and explore the profound impact of quantum science on our future. Hosted by C4IR Saudi Arabia and proudly partners with Saudi Aramco and CAXT, today's events gather some of the brightest minds in academia, industry, and government to discuss quantum advancements and their transformative potential. To officially commence today's program, I invite Dr. Basel Bheran, Managing Director of C4IR Saudi Arabia, to deliver the welcome remarks.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning. It's my pleasure to welcome you to World Quantum Day 2025 here in Riyadh. Today, we convene under the theme, Discovering Quantum Possibilities, a day of exploration and inspiration. It is a profound honor to open this esteemed forum committed to understanding the transformative power of quantum technologies. I'd like to begin by extending my heartfelt appreciation to our valued partner and host institution, King Abdulaziz City, host institution of the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution, Saudi Arabia, King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology, also referred to as CAXT, led by His Excellency, Dr. Munir Dessouki, President of CAXT and Chairman of the Board of Directors for the Center, a proud affiliate of the World Economic Forum. Your steadfast dedication and commitment to innovation remain a source of inspiration and plays a pivotal role in shaping our collective future. I would also like to thank all our distinguished speakers and participants for their contributions to this day, as well as a sincere welcome and thank you to all of our attendees and guests. Your presence sets the tone for what I believe will be an engaging and inspiring experience. As we celebrate more than a century since the foundations of quantum theory were laid, a journey you may have just walked through in the history tunnel, We are witnessing its transition from theoretical elegance to becoming a powerful force driving real-world transformation across industries. As a physicist, Werner Heisenberg once noted, "What we observe is not nature itself, but nature exposed to our method of questioning." That insight remains just as relevant today because it reminds us that the way we approach challenges and the questions we ask shape the innovations we create. While our methods of inquiry are not perfect, they allow us to expand the boundaries of knowledge. And it is in this pivotal moment that we are privileged to be joined by some of the world's leading innovators and experts whose diverse perspectives will help us navigate these complexities and drive meaningful progress. This momentous occasion is also part of a broader global celebration of World Quantum Day, a day recognized around the world for highlighting the unprecedented potential and far-reaching promise of quantum technologies. Globally, the quantum opportunity is immense and rapidly expanding. To date, more than $40 billion in public investment has been committed, and over 24 nations have launched dedicated national quantum strategies. Quantum science, ladies and gentlemen, is no longer confined to theory. It now fuels real-world innovations, from securing communications, networks, and precision medical imaging to accelerating the discovery of new materials and transformative medicines. Saudi Arabia's strategic vision for quantum technology is integral to achieving the ambitions of Vision 2030. Through strategic partnerships, targeted investments, and dedicated efforts to cultivate local talent, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is positioning itself as an emerging force in the evolving global quantum landscape. At the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution, Saudi Arabia, collaboration is our cornerstone. Positioned at the intersection of innovation, policy, and partnership, the Center serves a collaborative platform to leverage frontier technologies for inclusive and sustainable growth. And our recent quantum economy project, developed in collaboration with the World Economic Forum and detailed comprehensively in the Quantum Economy Landscape in Saudi Arabia report, underscores our nation's dedication to harnessing quantum technologies across key sectors such as energy, cybersecurity, and urban development. And our efforts are actually part of a broader national momentum driven by pioneering public and private sector initiatives, cutting-edge innovation zones, and efforts to build awareness, talent, and research capacity. Each collectively highlights Saudi Arabia's commitment to becoming a vibrant quantum hub. C4 Saudi Arabia is also proud to play an active role in shaping the future of quantum technology through its global partnerships. And as part of this commitment, we have collaborated with the World Economic Forum's Uplink platform on the Quantum for Society Challenge, an initiative that leverages quantum technologies to address real-world challenges to generate positive societal impact. Today, we are also honored to highlight the top 10 innovators who have traveled afar, selected from this challenge. These groundbreaking startups exemplify early-stage quantum innovation aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and we eagerly anticipate their transformative contributions. These efforts exemplify what can be achieved when innovation meets collaboration, thus underscoring why your active participation today is essential. Let us commit today to actively driving the quantum revolution forward. The keynote addresses, panel discussions, and technical sessions will spotlight key opportunities and challenges shaping the future of quantum. So I invite each of you to engage fully throughout this forum, sharing your insights, exploring new possibilities, and forging meaningful connections. Together, we can build an inclusive and sustainable quantum future, ensuring prosperity and resilience for generations to come. As Heisenberg observed, knowledge is not passive. Whether in science, policy, or innovation, what we choose to ask and how we choose to engage determines what we discover. Thank you for joining us here today. Your presence reflects not just interest, but intention. So let us seize this opportunity to shape what lies ahead together. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Basma, for those inspiring words. To set the stage for today's discussions, we have 4 distinguished keynote speakers. First, please join me in welcoming Dr. Talal Al-Sideri, Senior Vice President at CAXT, who will share his insights on empowering national innovation, a vision for the quantum era.
Your Excellency, distinguished guests, innovators and pioneers of tomorrow, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Today we celebrate the Quantum or World Quantum Day, a revolution shaping reality. From theoretical curiosity to modern innovation, quantum mechanics now is powering our smartphone. Solutions for humanity's greatest challenges, such as in healthcare, we've seen quantum sensors detecting diseases at a molecular level. In energy, we've seen optimized energy grids being powered by quantum algorithms, quantum encryption safeguarding our digital future. The 2022 Nobel Prize in Physics for Quantum Entanglement validates its transformational power. In recent years, we've seen quantum technologies being tested in several key technologies, such as in communication, enhancing its throughput, coverage, and other criteria. CAX, with the Fourth Industrial Revolution, as well as the World Economic Forum Uplink, today bridges Saudi talent with global innovators. Together, we are tackling climate resilience, healthcare, carbon capture, and other challenges, proving that the quantum promise thrives in an ecosystem-driven approach, where research and development, industry, policymakers convene. Today, we've seen the partnership between CAXT, Saudi Aramco, Sadaya, working together to establish a quantum valley for the kingdom, where leveraging strategic partners globally, such as Qualcomm, IBM, Pascal, to hopefully deploy the first quantum computer in the region. In Saudi Arabia, the future is not a distant dream. It's being coded in CAX laboratories, debated in NEOM innovation hubs, tested in garage bold startups. With academia such as KAUST, KSU, turning theoretical to breakthroughs, the might of Saudi Aramco and STC Digital Frontiers shaping our future. We believe in an ecosystem-driven approach where academia, industry, and innovators and policymakers convene to reshape our future. Together, we would love to ensure that quantum is not defined by particles, but people shaping the future. As His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman envisioned, Saudi Arabia is not just adopting innovation, it is leveraging it and developing it for the betterment of mankind. In today's Quantum Day, we would love to work and collaborate fearlessly, invest in curiosity, and build with purpose. And I would urge everybody to make this Quantum Day one for the books. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Talal. Our next keynote, Shaping the Intelligent Age, will be delivered by Aruna Sarcar, Head of Frontier Technologies, Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution, WEF.
Honorable Excellencies, esteemed guests and friends, it's my honor to be here in Riyadh on World Quantum Day. Almost a decade ago in 2016, Professor Klaus Schwab, the founder and chairman of the Board of Trustees World Economic Forum, had coined the term the Fourth Industrial Revolution. That's the age where the fusion of our physical, digital, and biological realities would transform industries and societies. Now, as we witness the exponential acceleration of technological change, it's clear we are no longer in the midst of an industrial shift. What we are witnessing, and as Professor Klaus has quoted, we are now entering the intelligent age. It's an era far beyond technology alone. It's a societal revolution, one that has the power to elevate humanity or even to fracture it. As we look into the next 10 years, several key technologies are poised to dramatically reshape our world and at an unprecedented speed. AI is one of the most transformative technologies. We see AI agents capable of autonomous decision-making and action. Sensors and semiconductors are embedded in every aspect of our lives. We see computing capabilities embedded in virtually every object around us, in buildings, in our clothing, and what it enables is real-time data processing and also decision-making at the edge. Quantum technologies, as it was clearly indicated in the earlier keynotes, is moving from theory and research to practical applications. In the coming years, quantum computers may be able to solve complex problems that are intractable for classical computers. Quantum computing will revolutionize cybersecurity and several other domains. Quantum sensors are already being deployed today in various fields, including medical diagnostics, geological surveying, and navigation systems that don't rely on GPS. Quantum communication networks is an area that we anticipate will reshape global telecommunications and data sharing protocols. In the field of biotechnology, the speed of innovation is so fast that the lines between biology and technology are getting completely blurred today. Similarly, if you take space technologies, they're offering new solutions today to earthbound problems. Similarly, we are seeing the evolution of humanoid robots in the field of robotics. It is the integration of AI with these frontier technologies which is creating the foundations for new intelligent economies. And these are reshaping industries, they're creating new markets, and fundamentally altering the nature of work and competition in the world today. Along with the advent of these intelligent age, we are also confronted with the potential risks and downsides which we need to be mindful of. If we look at the nature of work, it's being impacted by automation and AI, displacing several existing jobs while it creates new opportunities. Hence, it is important that we ensure we have the policies, the education systems, and the social safety nets that can place the people and help people to transition to these new roles. The intelligent age is transforming how we live. Cities are becoming smarter. We have sensors and AI managing everything, right from traffic flow to energy usage. Yet, there is a vast demand for energy for these new technologies, especially in areas like AI computing. And hence, this must be balanced with the creation of renewable energy resources. As we delegate more decision-making to algorithms, if the systems are designed without fairness, inclusion, we actually risk intensifying the social divides. These innovations are often not equally accessible to much of the world, and they risk widening the current digital divide or to even a future potential quantum divide that we have been speaking about for some time now. Hence, I would like to say the true challenge of global governance today is to be able to harness these powerful technologies in a way that they can be leveraged for the service of human advancement, for driving ecological sustainability, and for ensuring social equity. To navigate this new era responsibly, we must foster collaboration through consolidated global efforts across sectors, across disciplines, and across national boundaries. We need to build new models of collaboration between the governments, industry, and civil society. There is a need to develop agile, responsive governance systems that are capable of keeping up pace with the rapid technological change, but while we uphold our core human values. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is strategically positioned to become a global hub for the quantum technology, aligning with the Kingdom's Vision 2030 goals. Our C4IR Center in Riyadh has initiated the Quantum Economy Project, as mentioned by Dr. Basma, leveraging the forum's Quantum Economy Blueprint, and it is building momentum for a national quantum economy strategy for the Kingdom, and it offers an excellent case study for several other countries and nations to follow globally. I would like to finally thank the C4IR Saudi Arabia under the patronage of His Excellency Dr. Munir and leadership of our Managing Director of the Center, Dr. Basma, and all the ecosystem partners in the Kingdom for hosting this important event on the International Year of Quantum, and wishing you all an enriching day of exploration and advancing innovation in quantum technologies together. Thank you.
Thank you, Aruna. And for our final keynote of this session, let's welcome Abdullah Harpi, Head of Innovation and Commercialization, Saudi Accelerated Lab, Saudi Aramco, who will present Quantum Horizons, Saudi Arabia's vision for the technological leadership. Please come to the stage, Abdullah.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and fellow pioneer of the quantum age. It's my privilege to stand before you today at the World Quantum Day event, where we celebrate the remarkable advancement of quantum technology and envision a future shaped by our collective innovations. Quantum technology is more than just a field of study. It's a transformative force that promises to redefine industries, enhance our understanding of the universe, and solve problems previously deemed impossible to solve. As we stand on the cusp of new technological era, we must recognize that the quantum revolution is a global endeavor that require collaboration, investment, and a shared vision for a productive and bright future. Our journey into a quantum era is not just a scientific endeavor, but a strategic leap toward redefining global progress and securing a future that is more sustainable, more equitable, and more prosperous for us. Guided by Vision 2030, Saudi Arabia has embarked on a bold mission to diversify our economy, where a critical step for realizing this vision is our pursuit of technological advancement, where quantum computing, sensing, and communication are key components of this. These technologies hold the power to address some of humanity's most pressing challenges, from climate change to energy security, and from healthcare to education. They have the potential to revolutionize industry, to create new opportunities, and to improve life of people around the world. As main driver of Saudi Arabia's economy, Saudi Aramco is not just adapting to the technological future, but actively designing it. We are pioneering solutions that redefine the energy sector, from quantum machine learning to enhance oil field operations, to quantum cryptography to safeguard critical energy infrastructure. We are also committed to building a quantum-ready workforce by cultivating a generation of talented individuals who are equipped to harness the power of quantum technology in three ways: through advanced degree scholarships, purpose-designed fellowships, and partnership with leading universities. With this, we are empowering young Saudis to become leaders in this field. But we know that the quantum revolution is not a solo effort. It requires collaboration, cooperation, and a shared commitment to progress. To achieve this goal, strategic initiatives need to be launched aiming at driving progress in this field. First, a well-studied inclusion of quantum topics into our educational system with a focus on cultivating new generation of experts in quantum technology. To support this effort, universities are expected to establish specialized research centers dedicated to quantum studies, ensuring the development of the necessary talent to propel Saudi Arabia to a leadership position in this domain. Second is a global partnership. Saudi Arabia's respective organizations are expected to pursue a global partnership with international institutions and organizations specialized in quantum research. By collaborating with leading experts worldwide, the country aims to accelerate its progress in quantum technology, become a knowledge hub with a wealth of IPs, and disseminate knowledge that benefit not only Saudi Arabia, but the world at large. Finally, a vibrant entrepreneurial ecosystem that supports startups focus on quantum technology. To empower innovators and drive the next wave of breakthrough, funding and resources are expected to be made available to those startups. By aligning national objectives with industry's capabilities, a strong framework for quantum development can be established, ultimately leading to effective implementation of quantum technology in various sectors. As we stand at the rise of the quantum era, let's embark on this journey together with hope, optimism, and shared commitment to creating a better world for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abdullah, for those amazing words. And now, in this session, we celebrate the winners of the Uplink Challenge Quantum for Society, a global initiative run in partnership with the World Economic Forum, Quantum Economy Network, and the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution that highlights groundbreaking quantum solutions addressing key societal changes. These 10 startups are harnessing the power of quantum technologies to make the world more sustainable. Now join me in welcoming on stage Dr. Talal and Dr. Bheran to handle the trophies to the top 10 innovators of the Uplink Challenge. And the first winner, the first person who will get the trophy is Algorithmic. Congratulations. Nomad Atomics. Planet AI Space. Plan QC. Quinity. Quantisphere Limited. Quantum Dice. Quantum Maths. Cuminix Inc. Last but not least, Zyro Systems. Congratulations to all the winners. If you can kindly stay put, please come all to the stage and take a group photo with His Excellency. Congratulations again for the top innovators. Next, Dr. Talal and Dr. Basma will extend tokens of appreciation to the ecosystem partners whose generous support made this challenge possible. Maryam Nuh on behalf of King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology. Abdullah Harpi on behalf of Saudi Aramco. Kalyan Kumar on behalf of HCL Tech. Ibrahim Niaz on behalf of National Technology Development Program. Professor David Keyes on behalf of King Abdullah University of Science and Technology. Fahad Al-Qahtani on behalf of The Garage. Abdullah Shamrani on behalf of the Center of Digital Entrepreneurship. Shiryas Ramesh on behalf of Accenture. Dr. Stefan Leichenauer on behalf of Sandbox AQ. Rawan Iraqi on behalf of Pascal. Uplink, Gianluca Gaikas on behalf of OQI. Hemsi on behalf of Ministry of Communications and Information Technology. Dr. Mohammed Filimban on behalf of King Fahad University of Petroleum and Minerals. Marius Almstad on behalf of QAI Ventures. Professor Mohammed Bheran on behalf of University of Stockholm. Congratulations to everyone. It's been such a thrilling morning so far, but let's dive deeper into a journey of our winning team and an engaging fireside chat with Professor David E. Keys, Senior Associate to the President for Strategic Projects at King Abdullah University of Science and Technology, and the winners, Maria Fernanda Gonzalez, Planet AI Space, and Kyle Hardman, Nomad Atomics. Let's thank Dr. Basma and Dr. Abdullah for being amazing so far. Can we please welcome Dr. Sadaf and Maria Fernandez Gonzalez to the stage, please. Dr. Sadaf, to the stage, please.
Good morning. I take out the doctor part out. I still haven't done my PhD, but thank you very much. First of all, I would like to, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us today. It's an honor to be back in the kingdom, and specifically I would like to, before anything, extend my appreciation to Your Excellency Dr. Munir and also Dr. Basma for your vision and tireless effort to actually bring us together here to celebrate 100 years of quantum. I think this is a moment of pride also for us, so I would like to congratulate all the innovators and the winners, which you just saw in a minute ago, because you are doing the hard work, and we are here just as a cheerleader and hopefully a support for your success and growth journey. Today is an important milestone. We are coming together under a shared vision, and that is to unlock the power of early stage innovation, especially in the quantum technology. It is a field that is poised to transform our world and the future that we are going to live. We live in a world of compounding crisis and also exponential change. We are facing a climate emergency. We see fragile supply chain, global health challenges, and a rapid digital acceleration. These issues demand solutions that they can move as fast as the problems evolve. This is where the deep tech comes into the picture, and the quantum technologies are basically at the forefront of that. According to McKinsey, by 2035, quantum computing alone could create $1.3 trillion in global value. So the opportunity is huge, and it's not a science fiction anymore. It's already here. Quantum technology is opening breakthroughs in many areas, from drug discovery, climate modeling, finance and logistics, and cybersecurity and communication, to name a few. But potential alone isn't enough. We know innovation needs pathways. It needs people, enabling platforms and investment, or in our words, it requires an ecosystem. That is exactly why Uplink was born 5 years ago. Uplink is the World Economic Forum's earliest stage innovation ecosystem and exists to connect the entrepreneurs' earliest stage innovations in a collaborative environment with the partners and resources that they need for their acceleration of their growth. In the just 5 years, Uplink has built over 10 innovation ecosystem from a thematic perspective. We have partnered with over 300 global partners. Some of them are very much long-lasting in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, like Ministry of Economy and Planning and also Ministry of Energy. We have accelerated over 500 startups and enabled over 2.3 billion in follow-up funding. We are proud of the work that we have done, and we are just getting started. So now bringing that momentum into the quantum domain, thanks to our latest collaboration with the Kingdom, with the Center for Fourth Industrial Revolution, Saudi Arabia, under the visionary leadership of Dr. Basma and her team, this partnership is built on a belief that deep tech can create new industries, solve real problems, and serve humanity at a scale. For that matter, we launched the Quantum for Society Challenge, which you saw the winners of it a second ago. These startups are focusing on quantum computing, quantum sensing, and also next-gen cryptography. They are not just advancing science, but also they are redefining what's possible. This could not have been possible without the support of our ecosystem partners, which you saw them on this stage, like Saudi Aramco, KAUST, MICT, NTDP, and the Garage. And some of our global partners like Accenture, CERN, Pascal, and Sandbox. I would like to also extend a very special appreciation to our colleagues at HCL Technologies, who their effort actually made for our innovators to be here. But this is just the beginning. At Uplink and the World Economic Forum, we believe change doesn't happen in isolation. A collective effort is needed to make innovation real, and that is only possible through collaboration, commitment, and a shared purpose. So in that spirit, I would like to leave you with an invitation. Let's continue to build together. Let's support these ventures who are here and challenge their thinking and find ways to collaborate with them. Let's shape a future where quantum technology doesn't just advance science, but it strengthens resilience, equity, and opportunity for all, for the people and planet. Thank you.
Lovely words by Sadaf Husseini, Head of Growth, Partnerships and Innovation Ecosystems, Uplink World Economic Forum. Now we have a very exciting session coming up, and we're going to dive deeper into the journey of an award-winning team and an engaging fireside chat. I'd like to welcome Professor David E. Keyes, Senior Associate to the President for Strategic Projects, King Abdullah University of Science and Technology, and the winners, Maria Fernanda Gonzalez, Planet AI Space, and Kyle Hardman, Nomad Atomics. Please welcome to the stage.
So it's nice to begin the informal part of the program. It's been exciting to see all 10 of the young entrepreneurs who have invested their own careers in these brave startups go across the stage. And now we get a chance to unwind a bit with two of them, Maria Fernanda Gonzalez and Kyle Hardman. Welcome to Saudi Arabia. I understand this is your first visit for both of you. It's been my home for 16 years. And I can vouch for you that it's a country which is rapidly embracing its responsibilities as a steward of much of the world's energy to invest in R&D and to partner globally to create a more sustainable future. And our partnership is enabled, as you know, in many ways by the World Economic Forum and its Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution. And it's been my privilege as one of many reviewers of the 60 or so submissions to this Uplink challenge in Quantum for Society to look over what's been coming in and to sense the excitement that you have in building your own startups. So we're delighted that it has brought to our attention a large number, a very diverse collection of startups. And although we've just met, I already sense a strong sense of kinship because just 16 years ago, I was part of a startup here and have sensed the great support and the great enthusiasm for building sustainable technologies out of Saudi's society and talent. So this is, this is envisioned originally to rekindle the prominence of science in the Arabic world and has now transformed, I think, quite successfully to the Vision 2030 and the 4 pillars of the Research, Development, and Innovation Authority, which are energy, environment, health and wellness, and economies of the future. So our purpose here, you may have your own purpose in promoting your businesses and the vision that you have, but our purpose is to extract from you a bit of how your startups can accelerate the global momentum towards a quantum economy. So you're in some sense representative examples, 2 diverse examples among the 10, among the many others that are going to help us understand how this can be done. So the purpose of this talk is impact of emerging startups on accelerating the quantum innovation. So Maria, why don't you tell us a little bit about what I understand is pronounced Planeti and your objectives in the satellite monitoring.
Okay, thank you so much. In planetary space, we divide the world in small cells. These small cells can be measured by 10 by 10 meters, and in that cells we have information from different satellite sources. We get information from vegetation, from water, from soil, and with our own quantum machine learnings, we can discover, for example, groundwater. Our challenge is how to calculate the entire planet in one day. The entire planet. Imagine that we have a system to monitor the nature every day and understand the pollution and contamination. We need the new technologies in quantum technologies and the new qubits and the amount of qubits. In this case, we need around 50 billion of qubits to calculate every day. But I believe that is possible in a few days, 5-10 days.
Thank you. And Kyle, the vision of your startup.
Yeah, so Nomad Atomics is a quantum sensor company. We focus mostly on building quantum sensors for gravimetry and accelerometry. We do everything. I would say everything that we can with those things. I think they're quite unique in the sensor world, and that you can have single devices that have applications across many, many different sectors. And so we work very, very hard to integrate our sensors and working with our customers across all the different commercial sectors to build specific sensors that are useful in the commercial sector today. And not the things that will be useful in 20 years or 10 years, but for applications that are starting right now and in 5 years or sooner, like CO2 sequestration, for example.
So I think one thing that's clear to us is that you represent part of a broad spectrum of the quantum technologies, which include probably the most mature one, which is quantum sensing, and then quantum communication, and then quantum computing itself with its major subcategory of quantum cyber. So within quantum sensing, we have the ability to detect rather fine variations in compositions, in variations in fields from quantum devices. In quantum communication, we have the quantum key distribution and the secure internet. And in quantum computing, we hopefully have exponential improvements in computing power and exponential reductions in computing energy in solving many large-scale problems. So this is, a spectrum from mature to emerging. And I was encouraged, Kyle, to learn earlier that you already have customers and technology technology which is deployed on the field. And you are sort of at an earlier stage, working, I believe, with IBM and a very small set of qubits at the moment. How do you see your companies as being partnered globally, and what are your hopes for coming home from Saudi Arabia with the connections that you have here? Why don't we? Okay, we'll start with you, Maria.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I believe that from the technological point of view, in few years we don't have problems, but we have problems to measure nature in strategic points in the world, like Amazonas rainforest. In this place, there are a lot of water, a lot of resources, a lot of beautiful nature that we need to protect. And the reason why I would like to tell you to support our project is to help our algorithms to be calibrated in these places with indigenous people, with indigenous communities, because they are the guardians of our forest. We are working with them. They capture information for our algorithms, and with that proof of concepts and with that information, we are able to track and protect the entire planet. And for that reason, it's important to give you this message. We need to protect the indigenous communities in the Amazon rainforest, to detect groundwater, and to protect our planet. Thank you.
Okay, and what vendors are you working with, and what customers do you anticipate?
Okay, we have different algorithms in our company. One algorithm is to discover methane leaks around the planet. With this algorithm, we work with different companies like oil and gas companies, because they need to monitor constantly what is happening in the earth. And with the groundwater companies algorithm, we are going to work with governments and with companies that need to protect the earth. For example, mining companies or industrial companies that need to understand where are these key resources to be protected before begin the exploration or before begin any project.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So there's both upstream partners and downstream partners. Upstream, yes. You're depending on an emerging quantum computing industry, which
yes.
hasn't yet hit its Moore's law. Mm-hmm. I think you told me earlier you need 50 million reliable qubits in order to monitor your 10 by 10 meter cells exactly. of the entire Earth. And if we think about that, each of our homes occupies a couple of your cells. It's very fine-grained yeah. monitoring. So with that level of monitoring, you are going to outdo Google Maps in terms of your ability to keep track of what's going on the planet. So what do you expect to be the primary revenue sources okay. for the company once the quantum enablement is present with you?
Okay. From the revenue point of view, in this moment we can generate revenues because we have the machine learning algorithms prepared. But the key element is to reduce the cost of the project with quantum mechanics, because in that moment we can deliver the information very quickly. In this moment, for example, we can monitor the entire planet for methane leaks in 3 years. But with quantum mechanics, we could do that in minutes. The difference is that, because in this moment we can begin to generate revenue with different algorithms. Mm-hmm.
And you're not going to launch your own satellites. You're going to be dependent on the plethora yes. of satellites that are up there now. So it's yes. really a very complicated partnership that Planeti will need to put together.
It's easy. It's really easy because the satellites are open. There right. are many governments with the satellites open, and we get this information for free, mm-hmm. and we transform the information with machine learning. And if we want to make a partnership with the private companies, it's different. It's cost, it's money that we have to invest, but we can transform the route information, and we can use the same information for the algorithms. In this area, we can select different kind of satellites, because in this moment we have more than 600 satellites around the planet observing the Earth.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And if Maria is monitoring and trying to find water, mm-hmm. then Kyle has a complementary sustainability goal, which is to monitor and verify the deposits of carbon storage that we're making. So both of you are trying to sort of look underground, but with very different eyes and very different technologies. Tell us a bit more about the customers that you have today and vendors on which you depend for future success and acceleration of atomics. Nomad atomics. Yeah.
Absolutely. So I'll just start off by saying, like, why are we here? Why do we care about, international engagement? I think that's something that's important to understand. I got very lucky. I started the company in Australia, and Australia is abundant with natural resources and has plenty of resource exploration companies down there. And it's a great place to start a company, especially a company that works in resource exploration and mine monitoring and CO2 sequestration. But I can build a healthy company there all on my own. But these problems are all kind of global problems, right? It doesn't just stop in Australia. It stops, it doesn't stop till we're all doing the same things to solve the same problems to allow us to get to that green transition, whether it's finding new copper for our energy resources or pumping CO2 under the ground. So I think it's very important to engage, not all over the globe to solve these problems. So who do we work with? So I guess this is the other thing. So like I said, we work in resource exploration and resource monitoring, which means most of our customers now are like BHP, Rio Tintos, those kind of people in the world, both for their exploration programs as well for their underground mine monitoring, so their underground mine production as well. So we're also kind of looking. That's what we do now. But of course, we're looking into the future and kind of those. What are those commercially minded things that are going to happen in the next 2 years, maybe 5 years, and CO2 sequestration is kind of on the top of that list for us, and starting that journey to see how we can partner, who we can partner with, to demonstrate that you have, not only do you have methods to put CO2 under the ground, but you have those monitoring resources that are cost effective, that you can make sure that you are storing the CO2 underground, you know where it's going, you understand your plume dynamics, so that every time we make a new reservoir, we can do it better, and more safe for the future.
Great. So you've just given a hint of the timetable that you tell your investors, the 2 to 5 years. What do you tell your prospective investors in terms of the timetable when your technology will be fully ready to deploy and serve the customers, serve humanity?
Okay, to monitor the entire planet in 5 years.
5 years.
Ready. Yes.
Okay.
We will be ready.
Very good. Very good. I think that's within the working limits of most capital today. That's very encouraging, actually. I remember when I was young, everyone said, quantum computing is decades off and always will be, and now we're talking about having it, deployed before 2030.
Yeah.
So this is great. What challenge problems might each of you set out, for instance, for academic partners that would play directly into the advancement of your own company? Are there things that you could fork off that are sub-problems of the overall challenges you face, which, if delivered by, for instance, graduate students or faculty, would take you to next steps?
Okay, in our project, there are a lot of PhDs working in different areas. For example, we have PhD working in mangroves, other working in forests, etc. And the key factor and the key important part we need to solve is how to finance these groups, because there are a lot of talented people around the world, a lot of people that we need to include in our project, but the problem is that it's very expensive because there are high tech people. We have competitors with other kind of artificial intelligence, with big companies that are not working in the planet. But in that case, the problem we need to solve is that how to contact the key people around the world that can help us with the technology.
Okay. And Kyle, what challenges might fundamental academic researchers address that would help your success?
Yes, I'm going to have a slightly different answer to this question, maybe a little left field. I hesitate to push research research universities to focus on applications of today. I think that is a path that a lot of people are going down, and a path that is maybe a little scary, because research universities are there to figure out what's going to happen next, not what I care about today.
Fair enough.
What I would say is that for quantum sensing, gravimetry or atom interferometry, pretty much all of the technology already exists to make these things small and put them in the field. Like, we already have them in the field, right? So what you need universities to do is to allow students and postdocs and professors, if they want to leave the universities and start integrated photonic circuit companies, right? You need to make that as easy as possible to do. And well, I would say that the single best thing the universities can do is train people to think, and train people to problem solve, and build the quantum workforce, not to build the sensors and have the skills that we all need right now, because that's not going to be helpful in 10 years when everyone graduates. So don't think about now, think about the future, and focus on bringing up new programs and training students and really building that, because without the people, doesn't matter if we want this to be a $10 billion company or a $1 trillion industry. If you don't have the people, it's just not going to happen.
I believe you started in 2021 and you started in 2022.
Yes.
That was quite brave. That was several years ago in quantum years in terms of the advances in reliability and number of qubits that are accessible now. What gave you the vision to pledge your own future into such, an apparently risky and nascent technology at that time? What was your inspiration?
Okay. I believe that the key element here in quantum technologies is that they can help us to solve other complex problems that we need to solve. In this moment, with machine learning, we can solve some problems. And with these some problems, we can solve some real problems. The advantage of quantum technologies is that these technologies are going to be ready in some moment. And we need to be focused in that moment to use and to empower our technologies. And my vision is that in these 5-7 years, we are able to monitor every place in the world in seconds, because this is the key challenge. And imagine that in this moment, many people is looking for social networks in the mobile phone. In that moment, everybody can monitor Earth in seconds in the mobile phone. This is my vision. I believe this is the opportunity with quantum technologies.
So you started with an enabling vision, and you said quantum computing can help me get there.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes,
and same autobiographical insight from you, Kyle.
Honestly, I just like building cool things. I have built sensors my whole career.
I see.
So okay. through my undergrad and doctorate and postdoc, I built stuff. I really, really enjoy that. And I just happened upon an opportunity to try and raise some money and start a program that would allow me to continue to build things and put them out into the world. And that was really what drove me to do it. I got to do it with two great colleagues and friends that are two of the co-founders of the company. And so that just made things, very easy and easy jump to make. And then, as you go through that journey, learning about or trying to figure out what applications you can have impacts on, and really the business side of things has really, just made it very exciting, learning lots of new things, and always keeping you engaged. That's for sure.
Well, we saw a movie of your little boxes, on the screen at the beginning of this hour, and congratulations on getting a product out already, and best wishes for continued revisions and improvements and circulation. As you know, the World Economic Forum is highly committed to public-private partnerships and is always looking for ways to for synergisms between academia, industry, government, and now startups like yourselves. So we wish you, the greatest of success in pursuing these and riding the wave, the rising tide of quantum performance as it is developed independently of your own startups by many other resources. And we hope that for the educators and the graduate students still early in your careers or developing your labs out there, that you will respond to the workforce requirements that we've heard from these startups here and create the opportunities that we all need for a sustainable future. And I think that may conclude our 20 minutes. And thank you very much for opening up a little bit on the excitement of quantum startups. So,
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you so
Pleasure.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Really enthralling. Such an inspirational panel. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to turn our attentions to our first panel discussion, Global Quantum Strategies, Current Approaches and Insights. This session will explore the latest quantum advancements and the strategies nations are employing to lead in the quantum economy. It will be moderated by Hani Al-Himsi, Director of Technology Development at the Ministry of Communications and Information Technology. This discussion will feature insights from Aruna Sarcar, Head of Frontier Technologies, Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution, Professor Mohammed Bheran, Professor of Physics, Stockholm University, and Frika Hyman, founder and CEO of Hyman Consultancy. Please come to the stage. I think we should give them a round of applause just to encourage them. Yes. It's been such a thrilling day so far, learning so much from the experts and hearing their fascinating insights to it.
I speak? When I speak? Good.
Hello? All right. Yes. Thank you for waiting. How are you? How are you? Please have a seat. Professor? We're still waiting for one more. So by the time that Dr. Frike comes on stage, allow me to thank you all and say this to Dr. Besma and the team. I don't know if any of you read the Quantum Insider. It's a very prominent magazine in the quantum field. And I was reading about the World Quantum Day events worldwide. And this event ranked #1. That's pretty cool. Thank you, Doctor. So welcome to World Quantum Day. I'm really happy to be with the esteemed panelists today. But before that, I'd like to give you some context about what's going on in the world. First of all, this year, the United Nations has declared to be the year of quantum science and technology. So not only is this place today special, but this time is also special. Aruna had spoken before about the intelligent age and how we have entered into that. And this is changing the way we do our business, the way we think, the way we reflect, the way we interact with our tools, with our technologies. And that's changing a lot of things. Most of that is because of what we're all hearing, we're all seeing face to face every day today for the past 2 years, AI and what it's done. The reason that AI has become so prominent and spread through our daily lives, it's touched almost every one of us, is because of the access. Access to this tool, widespread access to this tool, enables innovation. A lot more people use it, a lot more people try it. The more they experiment, the more they fail, the more they fine-tune their work, the more they improve on it, the more they find benefits, the more it becomes spread. It's a cycle. So the thing about quantum is that it's not just a scientific leap. It's a way that we're rethinking the very nature that we interact with. We're not working with particles, we're working with properties of particles. That kind of precision, that kind of engineering feat is what we're about to witness. It's not just building more secure communication, it's not more precise sensors, it's a lot more than that. We're learning to shape uncertainty. We're learning to leverage entanglement, compute across probability. That changes a lot of things. So if you think that the intelligent age has drastically shifted how we do things, when quantum becomes real, and it will be, that's even a bigger shift. So today's panel brings together global leaders who sit at the intersection of science, policy, and society. We'll move across themes of governance, interoperability, research, the workforce, diplomacy, not as isolated issues, but as interlinked systems that must evolve together. And back to the innovation concept, we can innovate and adopt, but in a globally fair way. The next half hour is not about discussing what quantum is or what quantum can do, but it's to ask what it's for, who it serves, and how, most importantly, how we move together. Starting with Aruna. Quantum technologies, as we've heard, offer immense possibilities, a lot of potential. But you've alluded to this. Does it also raise ethical concerns, security challenges? And if it does, there are similar debates about AI and biotechnology that needed proactive frameworks to guide responsible innovation. So what mechanisms or frameworks should be established to ensure that quantum technological progress aligns with societal values and contributes to long-term sustainability?
Yeah, thank you, Hani, for the question. And I think this is a very important question at the right time. We are in the early stages of development of this new frontier technology. And based on the lessons that we have learned from other technologies like semiconductors, high-performance computing, and artificial intelligence, it is best to start thinking about responsible innovation, the responsible use of technologies, the responsible development of these technologies at this very early stage. So we really have this early mover advantage with quantum technologies, and this is one of the reasons the World Economic Forum has started this conversation really early on. I mean, in 2021 is when we started convening experts from governments, from the quantum community, from industry, to come together and even understand what does it mean to be developing responsible innovation, to be helping with responsible commercialization of quantum technologies. There are studies that we have done. There are reports that the forum has released. In fact, the first set of governance principles around quantum computing was released by the World Economic Forum long back in January 2022. And there are studies which are being conducted by different groups, different governments today, to really understand what the impact of this technology would mean. It is important to understand the difference between the technology and the applications, and often the risks would be with the applications of the technology. These early conversations are important. There are initial assessments and frameworks and guidelines that have been developed and released, and which also now inform several national quantum strategies that are getting developed. In fact, the forum's quantum computing governance principles also informed some of our work. We have developed frameworks to help governments develop national quantum ecosystems and strategies. And they're all built upon these responsible governance principles around some core values. So it's very important that every nation starts thinking about what's the intent behind developing this technology. What are the core values? What are the guiding principles that informs the national agenda around these technologies? Hence, I would say this is extremely important. There is early work, early discussions and dialogue that's already been happening in different parts of the world. The forum is enabling many such discussions around governance. We don't say regulation. It's too early for such an early technology. But there are governance mechanisms that can be put in place both by countries and by organizations for the responsible development of this technology.
Well, thank you for that. That's very enlightening, actually. So frameworks give us this common language that we can use based on experience from different places and different technologies or different places in the world as well, so that we can work together in a more cohesive way, define certain values, and make sure that we avoid common pitfalls. About these kinds of things that are happening on a global scale, I mean, with major quantum investments underway worldwide, and I think the team, Ms. Sadaf from Uplink, was pointing at 1-point-something trillion projection, right? Can you imagine 1-point-something trillion dollars globally is, I like to think that the global GDP right now is 100, right? So that's a big thing. So 1 out of 100 is a big deal when it comes to global stuff. So there's a lot of investments that are happening, hundreds and hundreds of quantum companies coming into the picture. And there are disparities, therefore, in the access that are emerging. And as we said, for more innovation to occur, more value to be created, we need equitable access. So what are some what are the international organizations and diplomatic initiatives doing to ensure that this advancement benefits all nations, especially those at risk of being left behind, as per the quantum divide that you talk about?
Right, and this is at the core of what we do again, and the World Economic Forum as a platform for public-private partnerships and as an international organization. This has been the driving force behind some of the work we do in quantum technologies. Again, going back to the Quantum Economy Blueprint Initiative, which was launched in collaboration with several governments and companies over the last 3 years. The objective behind this initiative has been to how do you enable different countries to also participate in the quantum economy. Not every country is today at a position to develop its own sovereign quantum infrastructure.
Correct.
But there are various ways of participating in the quantum economy. Access to the quantum hardware infrastructure is crucial. Access to even the knowledge, the access to be able to develop your workforce and to train them and to be able to participate in the quantum economy is important. And there are several initiatives that we are running today. One, of course, is the blueprint, which was developed in collaboration with several governments, and where now different countries are participating in understanding how can you really establish a quantum roadmap for your country. There are several international collaboration dialogues, and we have also launched a network of governments who are coming together to share some of the best practices, to identify some of these areas of international and regional collaboration in this space, and also identify how critical topics like the supply chain topics,
right,
the topics around access to hardware infrastructure can be resolved at a national level, at a regional level. So as an international organization, we are enabling these dialogues to happen at an early stage. We are setting up several regional roundtables as well to bring these topics up. And there are also efforts happening from the rest of the ecosystem, for example, the Open Quantum Institute, which is working actively around the access to quantum infrastructure as well. So there are several such initiatives that different international organizations today are putting together to enable this exchange of learning and knowledge and best practices, to enable some of the capacity building, the workforce development in different countries, and also enable access to the hardware infrastructure, which is crucial for any economy to be able to participate in the benefits of this technology.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. That's obviously true because of the nature of competition in the world and how we have different nations vying for different resources. It becomes the onus of international organizations to step up and ensure that there is proper dialogue. Ensure that there is proper dialogue happening between the different countries and the different nations and different companies, and bringing them together and finding ways that they can coexist. Professor Bheran, while nations are in fact vying for this leadership for quantum technology, history reminds us that sustainable progress has been achieved through international cooperation, as seen in the space program and the internet's development. So as countries increase their quantum investments, how can global collaboration be maintained to ensure that advancements serve the public good, the global public good, rather than deepen the geopolitical divide?
Thank you. That's a very important question. Today we are facing a global investment, all around the globe. And then at the same time, we have the national security interest versus the global public good, And then also that could one count to found a balance between competition, and collaborations. Then this is how we are today, and I think one could establish bilateral or multilateral collaborations, establishing them, like today also through, for example, the World Forum, what we are facing today, that also could play an important role and also thinking about something like in what you do on other areas, for example, the CERN, Geneva, where we have international collaboration. We have also the ESS, that inter-space stations and so on. Then one can establish such and also, but still there are also this challenge, what we have to face between the national interest and the global goods. That's, I think we have to live with that. That's all. Yeah.
Right. Thank you for that. And that's naturally true. This brings me to the following concept, that there are recent trends that show technological innovations not only drive economic growth, but they also reshape global power dynamics, similar to what occurred in the advent of the internet and nuclear technology specifically. Okay. So Dr. Afrique, what vulnerabilities do you see occur in the global supply chain for quantum computing based on the study you did for NATO?
Yes, thank you. It's great to be here. And recently we carried out a study for NATO and we developed a tool. It's called a reusable quantum supply chain tool to map all the materials and components needed to build quantum systems and to see where there are vulnerabilities in the supply chain. And it's very interesting to see, because when you dive into the supply chain, you see that a lot of it is dependent on certain materials, and that these materials are only mined in certain areas of the world. So in the end, when you dive into the supply chain, there are certain vulnerabilities that in fact the entire global ecosystem shares, because they're still very, there's not much redundance. So I think that's something we should also collaborate on a global level to make sure that we are not dependent on only sole sources of rare earth materials, for instance.
Amazing, amazing. I wish we could do this rapidly, in fact, and there needs to be some kind of well, when we sit together, we should talk about more of these, not regulations yet, but sort of standards, something that can help us accelerate the research that we're doing, something that can help us bridge the fragmented landscape. So, Professor, we are witnessing a fragmented landscape with diverse national standards when it comes to the tech. And again, we know that establishing common protocols like telco have helped this interoperability and the growth of the market. So how can international bodies take advantage of the discussion that we're having today, facilitate such creation of technical standards, shared technical standards and protocols to prevent the fragmentation and promote global interoperability and accelerate the innovation that can happen?
Yeah, on level of universities?
Yes.
Yes, of course, the university play a central role on this ecosystem that you are building, right? And then the universities that's the source of talent, that we, for future, that working in quantum technology. And then one have to think about multidisciplinary, because by definition itself, the quantum technology is a multidisciplinary area.
Correct.
And then we have to enhance and start multidisciplinary education. At the same time, we also increase the collaboration between the industry and the universities, establishing international collaborations, attracting talents, and so on. That's how university have to be on the ecosystem. It's the central, university have a central role on this system. Yes.
Exactly, and you alluded to this public-private partnership as well. So Doctor, these partnerships are proving effective over in other disruptive technology sectors like AI, right? When they partner with each other, and biotech, by reducing the time to market. And well, with quantum technologies still emerging, a similar model could also expedite the commercialization. And so how can we use that kind of engine to avoid fragmentation that hampers the development of these technologies given the geopolitical tensions that exist?
Yeah, that's a very relevant question. And I think what's of key importance is procurement schemes, because these systems are fairly expensive and there's large capital investment needed. So they will be developed by public investments largely with a procurement angle. And if these procurement schemes are coordinated so that we make sure we share the same requirements and also the same interoperability standards, then we could try to develop a technology that is not fragmented for separate geographies in the world.
Right. So how do we get started? Who starts this? The universities, the companies? Aruna, today we're seeing increasing concerns, actually, about the cybersecurity and the dual-use nature. And as we alluded to, there are ethical concerns that might emerge. In the past, similar concerns have emerged about nuclear technology, and biotechnology that led to global regulatory frameworks. What can Saudi do or what kind of frameworks can we establish that are not just international at this point, that can manage quantum technology risks while encouraging still innovation, that we don't hamper it, and also encouraging international collaboration?
Right. I think you rightly alluded to cybersecurity, and that's a key area I think one has to begin with. That's imperative for organizations and nations today to really be aware of what the cybersecurity implications are due to the quantum computing potential. So first, creating awareness around what the the cybersecurity threat is for a country, for its critical infrastructure is essential. And to be able to start assessing this, doing an inventory assessment and risk assessment also of the cybersecurity implications, and to be able to integrate your cybersecurity strategy with your national quantum strategies is key. So that is probably one of the first areas where a regulatory intervention could be seen. And it is essential for the governments and the regulators to give the guidance to the industries as to how should this migration happen for the country. Right. What kind of mechanisms and protocols should the country adopt to be able to build this migration plan. So this is probably one of the first areas and one of the immediate areas that is imperative for any nation, including the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The other topic related to cybersecurity, again, that we are also tackling through some of our working groups is the policy harmonization on topics like this. Different countries will get into this topic of cybersecurity and creating a quantum safe economy for their nations with different approaches. Right. But for organizations which are operating across national boundaries, there has to be some form of policy harmonization. Right. At the forum, again, we have started getting regulators from different countries together, and we have started with some of the most critical industries like the financial services sector. That's the first set of industrial players, banks, and financial services regulators we have got together to start thinking of this as an international topic and how can there be a policy harmonization on topics like this. We have also started now exploring it for the telecom sector, which is the next critical infrastructure industry which needs to really start working on it. In terms of other frameworks, I would again not say regulatory frameworks, but more of enabling frameworks which really help encourage innovation in your country.
Like guidelines.
Yeah, encourage innovation in your country. How do you help with encourage more, let's say, more of the startups coming up, helping with more of the private sector investment happening? How do you create an environment for the development of this kind of quantum infrastructure in your region? How do you put in more efforts into R&D, into basic applied research? And also at the same time of how do you bring that research up from the labs into your country in forms of real quantum applications. So there are multiple ways, and even the public-private partnership, I think the government has a key role to play to enable this kind of partnerships to happen, both with the academia and with industry, because a lot of that exchange of knowledge and learning will happen through these kinds of collaborations, specifically in the case of quantum, which is a very complex topic. There are very few experts, very few resources who have the knowledge to even start building a quantum economy. So this collaboration is critical, of course, first within your country and also the international collaboration where joint areas of research and development is possible. So I would suggest there are several such areas where enabling frameworks from the government could really help boost the efforts within a country. And probably on the cybersecurity side is where some real quick actions are needed.
Yeah. So start with cybersecurity and then look at the enablers. That's a very good advice. I think we should definitely do that. And Professor, I mean, that brought me to, like, when Aruna was talking about this workforce, we need to train our talent. And there's a lot of research that's happening underway. Breakthroughs, we know from past experience, come from unexpected places and interdisciplinary collaborations. Which research initiatives hold the greatest potential for disruptive innovation in quantum technology? How can Saudi universities foster this cross-disciplinarity and build the future pipeline?
Okay, that's a very good question. Then I think let's start from the main idea is to establish a national quantum strategies. That I think we start from there, and then this national strategy will have research programs. They have including education. They have including also the partnership between industry and so on. And that's also we need to create center of excellences, quantum hubs, and then also to have the funding around that, right? It could be in form of supporting research, supporting innovation, supporting startups. That also could be that the whole ecosystem, and also having also a long perspective. It's not like saying 3 years project or 3 years. Then we are talking about most of these, say, initiatives around the globe are around, say, in the EU or in different, in US or so, or China. They are 10 years programs. Right. That I think is very important. Then one can build up the whole ecosystem and also educate people. That's also need time. That's also very important to establish that. That's also one have to do one, and then one could put it all together in well thought national quantum strategies. That's what is also started in the kingdom now. Yeah.
Okay. That's very interesting. So here, there's a lot of levels of complexity in which we have to address this on both a national level and an international level. It's not very straightforward. It's not simple. And this brings about the concepts of ecosystem plays, right? And I think, Doctor, you have experience in that area. What lessons learned can you share with us from the Dutch and European ecosystem to build quantum technologies that are, and along those lines, from those lessons, are there lessons for the Saudi and regional ecosystem?
Yes, yeah. So I founded and led Quantum Delta Netherlands, which is the Dutch quantum approach, and we're also working very closely with the Danish and the Swedish and the Germans and the French. And I think what's very important is a combination of a top-down and a bottom-up approach.
Right.
So there needs to be support from government with funding and also the long-term continuity of the programs. But there also needs to be the room for bottom-up, where strategic visionaries, such as professors, but also entrepreneurs and industrialists, that they can shape the strategy, the technological roadmaps that are needed, and also the organizational startups and ecosystems that need to develop. And that's something that comes up from the bottom, and that can be sort of accelerated by national programs such as House of Quantum, and also an initiative like the Garage, where you see all these vibrant startups this is very important because in the end it comes from the smart brains of the young people, the innovation.
It's the smart brains of young people that are interacting with each other in an enabled environment. And this is what we're doing. And I'd like to actually build on that a little bit. At some point today in the break room, I was told that last year here, we sort of were all sitting together and trying to, let's say, spread the awareness about what quantum is. And today, I think there is that message. And we've seen from the Uplink challenge and the different elements that were brought up, very beautiful solutions, very important, very critical, very advanced. And as David Keyes was, Professor David was talking about when he was talking in the Fireside chat, he started with saying these people have invested their careers. This is a big statement. With uncertainty, there needs to be bets. The bets need to be based on some kind of understanding of value. And I think there's a lot of that once we build on the social constructs that we have already established to sort of enable people to take these kinds of risks so that they actually do. And that's amazing. I think there's this question that I have, and I don't know which of you would want to take this. It's back about the talent and bridging the gap. I mean, okay, so we're in the process of creating these hubs and these centers. We're in the process of creating the strategy that houses all of that. But this is a longer-term investment. Yeah. And where does the talent come from? You have to start today with introducing it in curricula in schools. But there's already talent elsewhere in the world. So how can we bring together, bridge all of that so that we can foster and nurture a collaborative space within the nation, internationally, so that we all start using the same language, the same framework, similar standards. How do we do that? Who would volunteer to answer this one?
Well, I have one concrete initiative that's taking place in summer, and I think it's very easy to organize. It's a summer school, for instance, for students from several countries. They come together, they spend a week, they learn stuff, but they also build relationships. And I think in the end, that's what it's about. It's about creating this social tissue of talent. Yes. So that can be done also here in the region and also enable your students from the region to join these initiatives elsewhere. So I think it's about creating places where talent can flow and join and build relationships.
Yeah. Would you like to add something, Professor?
Yeah. We also think about like mobility programs where you are people moving from, say, from industry to universities, from country to another country. You can also adding like guest professor programs, exchange for researchers. Then one could establish, and then as I come tell you that maybe establishing an infrastructure, international infrastructure where like CERN, where many people come in, and work for something and go back. That's, I think, one have to also establish some international infrastructure could help people to do an exchange, That's, I think is very important,
Yeah. I think most of the important points are covered. I mean, it's a long-term investment, as we all understand. We need to start building this into our curriculums early on, and we'll see the result, the young workforce, probably only 10, 15, 20 years down the line. So this international mobility, international flow of talent is crucial at this stage. And simultaneously, probably what can be done from the private sector is we have to start understanding that quantum also has a new value creation potential, a new job creation potential. There are new roles that are developing. And we have again talked about several of these new roles as well, because it's not just physics, engineering, and computer science disciplines. There are also other allied industries, allied roles which will be affected and who should be able to interact with these technologies. And also within an organization, even functions in HR, in legal, in marketing, there are several such roles that we have actually outlined in some of our recent reports when we talk about how should industries and businesses start preparing for the quantum economy. So probably some sort of upskilling and reskilling program programs can also already start in some of the organizations. There are some leading companies who are already working on this, who are really building up these quantum talent pools within their organization. So I think we need a holistic understanding of new jobs, new roles, the kind of skills we need, the kind of multidisciplinary approaches that are needed, the curriculum that is needed. And there has to be a systematic way of developing it. And the National Quantum Strategy is, again, a good place to start.
Definitely.
Maybe start thinking of workforce development as a key pillar of any national quantum building processes.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
I'd like to maybe, let's say, conclude this, because today you have in front of you these people that are all interested in quantum, and a lot of them have influence and can do something. So I'd like to hear from each of you, starting with you, Doctor. What advice would you give them? Something short but direct that they can actually do to advancing quantum in an ethical and responsible way.
I would say invest in promising startups all over the world.
Yeah, invest. There's a lot of good startups. It's like the dot-com boom, the internet before that. Obviously, there will be a lot of soldiers that would have fallen, but place bets. I mean, it'll definitely be very worthwhile in a few years. Professor, what would you tell them?
I think the quantum technology have this advantage to have a double facet, you know. It is really research for fundamental questions where you can use quantum, you know, to understand the universe, and also to use the basic of quantum physics to do some applications. So that, I think, is in this sense is very interesting for young people, you know, where you have the advantage to have the applications, right, where you want to, and then the other side you have also the asking use quantum technology to answer maybe very important the big questions, say.
Right, yes.
And that's, I think, the advantage. That's could be very attractive for young people to join.
Yes, so
that's a unique. We have a unique situation. It is
in fact, because we're literally at the edge of our knowledge with quantum, and this is a call to action for all of us to talk about the mystery behind it, and then the power that it gives at the same time. So education and exploration. Are you?
Yeah, I think mine is on a similar lines. I would urge all the senior decision makers, both from governments and from the private sector, to start exploring and understanding how quantum is impacting different industries. I mean, you need not really understand how the quantum technology and the mechanics work, but where is it getting applied? And there are several such use cases that you're seeing today. I mean, there are real-world applications of quantum across different industries. You can actually see across industry value chain where quantum is making an impact. And it is a mechanism of competitive advantage for organizations. There are some leading companies who are doing this. So depending on your priority industries or the specific domain that you're working on, start exploring how quantum is making a difference. I think that exploration journey has to start right away, so that in the long run, the right investment decisions can be made, both at an organizational level or at a national level.
That's amazing. So yes, it is touching every facet of every one of us in every domain. And Aruna's message is to the government, the public sector, and the private sector. Any decision maker, if you're in a place where you can make a decision, see where quantum can fit in. This advice, if we gave it to you 5 years ago about AI, you would have been in a different place. We're giving this to you today about quantum for the next 5 years. And I think there's a lot to say, there's a lot to do. It's very complex, not only the subject, not only the physics and the actual thing, but how we deal with it. It's novel, it's new, it's frontier. The science and the theory is established. The math is established. Now it's about how do we engineer it physically to actually make use of it. So with that, I mean, I could talk a lot. You know me, right? So I would like to extend my thanks to a lot of people. Dr. Basma, absolutely, from the C4IR, you are always hosting us, bringing us, encouraging this platform of communication. Thank you so much. Dr. Saad from the Quantum Economy Blueprint Project, he's been on the ground moving mountains, I would say. So thank you very much. And to the team behind him that have been responsible for putting all this together and inviting us, thank you so much. Thank you to Cax in the garage for hosting us, and thank you to the Kingdom for being the stage where we can actually make a difference, and to the participants and the world for all the contributions. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed this. Take care. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
Was
you very much.
interesting.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Of course,
Very
of course.
Thank
Do
you
want to
very
do a
much.
picture?
Yeah.
Hope you enjoyed it. Do you want to do a photograph?
Oh, photo?
What a wonderful session. Thank you all for listening and also for participating. That was very interesting. Now, please, I'd like to take a moment and help me welcome Dr. Abdullah Al-Dalawi, Consultant to His Excellency, the President of Saudi Authority for Data and Artificial Intelligence, who will deliver our last keynote, Quantum AI, a powerful fusion that might change the world. Please give him a warm welcome.
Thank you all for taking the time to be with us today. It's a great honor to be part of this event. Let me begin by a stretch of imagination. In 30 years from now, imagine a 20 years old woman walks into a future anti-aging clinic, get a shot in the arm, and after she gets this shot, she will look like 20 years old for the rest of her life. This is science fiction, I know. However, in 30 years or from now, the massive exponential power of the quantum computer, along with the smart AI algorithms, will make this clinic have the longest waiting list in the history of healthcare. Ladies and gentlemen, the fountain of youth might be discovered by the fusion of quantum computing and artificial intelligence. It's not going to be in our time, I assure you. Compute power is promised by quantum computing. Quantum computing is the dream of AI. Quantum AI is the dream of mankind. What is quantum computing? It's a powerful fusion of quantum computing and artificial intelligence. It's a paradigm shift in how we approach artificial intelligence. This powerful fusion will enable AI to solve the most complex problem that will lead us to breakthroughs and scientific discoveries in many domains such as healthcare, material science, finance, logistics, cybersecurity, and the list goes on. Let us stretch our imagination one more time. Imagine a drug discovery that treats cancer. Imagine a drug customized for your genes configuration. Imagine a smart city where traffic lights adjust in a real time based on traffic conditions. Imagine using a quantum AI to discover a new material that can be used to produce new batteries that last 100 times longer than the current ones. These are some of the potential breakthroughs using quantum AI. Quantum AI algorithm, such as quantum support vector machines, quantum k-mean clustering, quantum GAN, have already been introduced. These algorithms have been designed to combine the power of quantum computing with machine learning and deep learning to process high-dimensional data and solve complex problems that are impossible to achieve with classical computer. These algorithms can be the seed for future scientific discoveries. It's worth noting that all quantum AI algorithms are currently running in a hybrid mode, meaning offloading the data-intensive part to the classical computer while leveraging quantum computer for the compute-intensive part. Despite the fact that quantum AI algorithms have only been tested in noisy intermediate scale quantum computer, unleashing the full power of quantum algorithm on future large-scale quantum system will open gateways to breakthroughs in science in many crucial domains and industries. Assuming we have a large-scale computer system, let us look at two domains where quantum AI can lead us to potential scientific discoveries. Drug discovery. Quantum algorithm can use chemistry simulator to model drug interaction at the molecular level, leading to find drugs for disease like cancer and Alzheimer's. In anti-aging, quantum algorithm can be used to model molecules' interaction with enzyme and proteins, leading to anti-aging drug discovery. In medical imaging as well, quantum algorithm can perform complex mathematical calculations to enhance CT scan, MRI, leading to better disease accuracy. In smart cities, quantum algorithm can model and predict traffic dynamic in smart cities, leading to dynamic traffic signal adjustment in a real time. In energy optimization, quantum algorithm can be used to optimize smart city grid by automatically load balancing the supply and demand with pinpoint accuracy. Quantum AI algorithm can also enhance cybersecurity in smart city. It can process large amount of IoT sensor data to discover and analyze massive network traffic in real time and discover anomalies. These are few promises of the fusion between quantum and artificial intelligence. With that, I conclude my speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Abdullah Dalawi. We now move on to our second panel discussion, real-world applications demonstrating impactful uses across key sectors. This session will be moderated by Mohammed Al-Sayari, Head of Quantum Computing at Saudi Aramco, and it will showcase successful quantum use cases and their impact on industries like finance, healthcare, and energy. The panelists are Rebecca Quaithammer, Founder, Chief Product Officer of QSecure, Ilyas Khan, CEO of Quantum Computing Cambridge and Vice Chairman of the Board of Directors and Chief Product Officer at Quantum, Dr. Alejandro Marti, CEO and co-founder of Metiga Solutions and the Chairman of the Uni-ITU for Climate Applications. Also, Shiryas Ramesh, Global Lead Quantum Systems Integration, Accenture. Please welcome them to the stage.
Hello? Hello? As you speak of testing, is it working?
Test.
Is it good? Mine is not working.
Hello.
Yeah. Did yours work? Good morning.
I think it was good.
Say so.
I can hear myself.
Yeah.
Hello? Yeah, okay. Assalamu alaikum. And good morning, everyone. Sorry for the delay. It was a small technical issue. And welcome all to this panel session today titled The Real-World Applications of the Quantum Technologies across the different sectors. It's a real pleasure to be with you and to have you today as we dive into this very exciting frontier of the technology, the real-world impact of the quantum solutions. Over the past few years, the quantum technologies have rapidly evolved from being just a theoretical aspect to actually having real practical impact. But the question is, what does that really mean on the ground? And how these innovations got translated into the industry and society. And most importantly, what's the added value of delivering those technologies? Today, we are very fortunate to have distinguished panelists, a set of experts and pioneers in the field, not only watching these transformation, but they are really participating on those ones. Along with them, we will dive into the different use cases across different industries, and we will check on the key lessons learned in the process of moving from the lab to the implementation, and also what's the drivers behind those ones, and what challenges that hindered the implementation and adoption of these technologies. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming the panelists, and let's start this exciting observation. So I would like to start first with Ilyas Khan, the CEO of Cambridge Quantum Computing and the Vice Chairman of the Board of Directors and Chief Product Officers of Quantinum. So with all these advancements that we hear from the quantum companies in general, and particularly with Quantinum, for example, the latest development in quantum generative AI and the recent announcement of the NVIDIA Quantum Center. So how the quantum technology is being applied those would improve these many industries. For example, if we take the healthcare as an example, so in areas such as genomics, medical imaging, and drug discovery. And is there any news on impending innovations?
Well, first of all, assalamu alaikum, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. It's 30 years since I was last in Riyadh, so I'm glad I'm back.
Thank you.
And congratulations on this wonderful event. Yeah, so I think maybe I'd make two very quick points and hopefully give some context to what we're talking about here. First of all, I think that the tipping point in quantum computing has already happened. Last year, we had a system, a computer, a processor, which cannot be simulated classically. This is a significant breakthrough that people have been waiting for really for 40 years. And this was made possible because a system where all the qubits are connected, where there's all-to-all connectivity, and where the physical gate fidelities across all zones were greater than a particular threshold, 3 nines. But when these things come together, we're in an area where previously what was theoretical can be tested. So this is my first point, and I think this is very, very important. And it also means that globally, organizations and countries, remember, quantum computing is geopolitically strategic. Every country of consequence has a quantum program. There's a reason for that. And the reason is that quantum computers do things that classical computers cannot. If this was not the case, there would not be so many national programs. Now, as far as the short term is concerned, this year and next, I would suggest that there are 2 areas in which the tipping point becomes real and there is societal impact. The first one is in biology, human life. We live longer and we live with dignity. Our organs, which decay with age, do not need to at the rate that they do. And in this area, a quantum computer, which is using a process of catalysis, will enable drug delivery to be far more effective than it ever was in the past. This program will be launched this year, not next year and not in 10 years' time. This will be a program that is aligned with high-performance AI. So this will happen in around about September of this year. Remember, it can only happen if you have a quantum computer where you have all-to-all connectivity, where you have a minimum threshold of 3 nines. So that's one thing, Mohammed, to look out for this year. And next year, I would say that we are in agreement with Microsoft and NVIDIA and SoftBank. My company has deals with each of those. We are providing them with the quantum computer in their data centers. We will achieve 100 logical qubits at a minimum of 4 nines fidelity. This is the tipping point for drug and material discovery. So these are the 2 areas where classical computers cannot compete, no matter how powerful the AI is. We're still guessing. And aligned with these quantum computers, you have societal impact.
Thanks. That's great plan, really, and thanks for your answer. I would like to move to the cybersecurity aspect. And here we have Rebecca, the founder and chief product officer of QSecure. So in your opinion, how is the quantum technologies are shaping or reshaping the security aspect? And could you share some real implementation of those ones?
Yeah, sure. You ask first, how is quantum shaping cybersecurity? But I think also it's really interesting to see how cybersecurity is actually shaping quantum as well. The discussion of how quantum computers at a certain scale, at about 4,000 error-corrected qubits, which some of these panelists will help us to develop, the encryption that protects data as it travels between points, so from me to you as I send a text message, or from me to the other side of the world. But anytime you're sharing data that is secured over a network, it's using that kind of encryption that is quantum vulnerable. I think it's that piece of it is really gets a lot of attention, and I think drives actually a lot of funding to the quantum ecosystem. But how is quantum shaping cybersecurity? Cybersecurity is always kind of this cat and mouse game. So the good actors get a little bit better, then the bad actors figure out how to make their way around what the good actors just figured out, and so they test each other, right? But every once in a while, there's this threat that comes along that destroys that sort of Jenga tower and makes cybersecurity totally start from the foundations. And we're seeing that in encryption. Quantum computers cause this sort of catastrophic failure in the encryption that we've used for so long, the single point of failure. And so we had to rethink how secured communications work. And instead of what we're going through right now, this many-year upgrade cycle, and that is all it is. It's just at QSecure, we don't do anything quantum. We deploy new algorithms, and we enable you to push a button to upgrade to another algorithm, to another library. And so that's how quantum computing is shaping cybersecurity. It made the cybersecurity field rethink how we handle secured communications. And so instead of now having that multi-year upgrade cycle and rip and replace and patch, now we're moving into this era where you can use these different components of quantum safe to enable quantum safe communications, but really press that button to be able to adapt to new threats, whether it's quantum, whether it's AI, as these things come faster and faster. And in terms of real-world applications, we're doing this every day. I use a post-quantum or a quantum-safe VPN on my phone when I browse the internet. Whenever I send a text message, that text message or that iMessage is secured with post-quantum encryption. And so I think a lot of people don't realize, but we are able to protect our communications now. It's not a future security thing. It's a today. So we at QSecure work quite a bit. We've deployed across the U.S. Army, Air Force, also with quite a few telecommunications organizations, Swisscom, Verizon, these large telecommunications companies who are responsible for our secured communications are starting to adopt these quantum safe infrastructures. Oil and gas as well. So these critical infrastructure pieces, banking. So I think it's a very exciting time because you don't need a quantum computer to fight quantum computers. We are already doing it every day. And so it's a fun place to work in because it is a very real world application.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, the quantum poses a real threat to the encryption, but post-quantum cryptography and also using the quantum could resolve or could help in securing the communication.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm moving to the climate here and to Dr. Alejandro Marte, the CEO and co-founder of Mitiga Solutions, chairman of UNI ITI for climate applications. And the same question here comes on the climate change. So in what way the quantum computing is combating the climate change? And please give some tangible example on that one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you for the invitation. It's my first time in Riyadh, so hopefully I can come 30 years from now and be in another panel. But listen, we are all very excited about what quantum computing can do, and faster and deeper processes than traditional computing technologies, and climate change is no different. So we are looking at how these technologies can advance the state of the art of climate simulations. But to answer your question, Mohammed, maybe I can do a little bit of a journey down memory line and kind of share with you how climate modeling, how that journey has been from a computational point of view and how we're landing into quantum now. So remember about 20 years ago when I was working with the US government, we started using the concept of parallel computer. So using CPUs to resolve single physical processes that they were easy to resolve, but then when you were putting several of those together in a parallel way, you were able to create and solve for bigger complex problems. At the time, we were able to create global climate models with resolutions of 100 kilometers. Imagine that you take the wall, you put it in a grid, and for each cell, it's about 100 kilometers that you can solve for the different natural disasters. Obviously, this was 5D, with dimension stratosphere, had time, and you have the different perils. But that was the state of the art at the time, and obviously in 2013 we published with the IPCC the different carbon emission scenarios. We were using this kind of technology, and today we're still using this technology with the global climate models from CMIP6. 10 years later, we introduced the concept of GPUs, right? So now this mesh turned into a neural network where you could compute and do mathematical matrix calculations. So instead of just solving for grids, each neural network was learning with machine learning and AI what the other neural network was doing. So in a way, you had that transfer learning that was able to solve these complex systems faster. The question is, what is quantum going to really give us now in that leap of faith? And what we know already is that it's going to give us breadth, so scalability, at least being able to do 100 times faster what we've been doing until now, and depth, which is accuracy, going from these 100 kilometers to sub-kilometer. So in a way, you have this 10,000x impact effect, which is transformational into the space. Some examples, for example, that we're doing with the United Nations team that I'm leading is to use these technologies in a hybrid way. So how you use AI, high-performance computing, and quantum to solve for complex models against natural disasters. The company that I lead, we are invested by Microsoft, and we work together with the National Supercomputing Center. We're using this kind of technology to have sub-meter resolution flood models or drought models, or looking at how, when we were talking to Rebecca before, how wildfires in California will spread and try to provide climate adaptation and resilience to different kind of industries. So we work with a lot of energy companies, for example, to help them on how to solve complex grid systems or distribution of energy, with financial institutions on better quantify the collateralization that is needed for a 30-year mortgage for a property that might be underwater 10 years from now, or providing climate resilience for the insurance sector, providing alternative risk transfer solutions that, in a way, they're very much needed now.
And have you reached some promising solution with these I would say, use cases?
Yeah, so for example, in the energy sector, we've been working with different energy companies where we're solving the complex system that they have for grid generations. So there is one case where the technology that we're using is been helping to improve the biomethane production by almost 10,000 times. So it kind of it's quite revealing.
It's interesting. Good to know that. Thank you very much. I would like really to get the consulting firm opinion. We have Shiraz Ramesh. He's the global lead of the quantum system integration of Accenture. So while certain industries appear to be gaining strong momentum in quantum technology, such as the pharma and finance, so real-world impact depends on solving complex and sometimes intractable problems. In your opinion, which industry is best positioned to translate the quantum advances into near-term applications, and even with the quantum power that we have? What kind of problem do you think it will still remain hard to solve, and why?
Yeah. No, thank you, everybody, for bringing me here. Thank you, Aramco, for the invitation, and also C4IR, Dr. Basma, and Aruna from the WEF. I really appreciate it. Love being over here. And I can do two things over here. One, I will echo what Ilyas just mentioned as a couple of the industries to look at. But when I truly take a look at it, finance is something that is poised to truly take shape and take front row seats in working with these quantum computing technologies. And they are, firstly, you would think, well, I have a lot of very fast problems that I need to solve very quickly through these HPCs and so on. In the words of Malcolm Gladwell, when he wrote a couple of his books over here in the sense, he started talking about the race of getting more money quicker, faster, and better, right? And there was a huge race with the data centers and laying out the fiber optics, et cetera. This race is very similar to the problems that they were truly trying to solve. And the problems within the finance industries that they were trying to solve are essentially quantum native problems. You look at it from the optimization perspective or Monte Carlo simulations that they have to run and so forth. They just map very elegantly, and they do require to solve these highly complex problems, ones which, for as much as they do today on HPCs, do have a certain threshold that they have reached at some points. And you've got great pioneers in this, JP Morgan Chase, HSBC, and so on, and you would see them publish a lot of these papers in terms of quantum computing. Now, I would be remiss if I don't include healthcare and pharmaceutical companies, because nature, in its most fundamental sense, is quantum mechanical. And it just so elegantly maps to how you would solve nature's most challenging problems, the problems that Ilyas articulated, right? You want to make your life better, live longer, etc. All of these things, when you look at the industry perspective, pharmaceutical companies like Amgen, like Johnson & Johnson, or Roche, where they publicly pushed a lot of the materials out there, are trying to find a way to shorten the amount of time that they have to take to make our lives better, to make nature behave the way we want it to behave. And so in that sense, pharmaceutical companies are just as equally poised to push the boundaries in quantum computing. That's as far from an industry perspective. I mean, there are plenty of other industries, whether you talk about oil and gas, you will always find use cases. These are the two industries that are truly pioneering today, right now, and are poised to really adopt and succeed with that quantum computing technology. Now, not all problems have to be a quantum mechanical problem. There are certain problems that are intractable today, which we simply don't know how to solve, right? We take a look at the global climate change that's happening today, in weather prediction and so on and so forth. And jokingly, I tell a lot of people that if you read Isaac Asimov and psychohistory, as much as I'd love to say that we know today how to use the mathematical or non-mathematical ways to solve that, those are certain very hard problems that we don't know how to do because we simply don't know how to get there. And it makes the immediate next step to say, well, we need to understand it to apply quantum computing techniques.
Excellent. Okay, thank you very much. Before we go to the final round, I would like to pause here and ask the audience if someone has a question, please. So if we don't have a question, then we can move to the second part. So this is for you, Ilyas. So from your perspective, what's the biggest challenges that preventing industries from adopting the technology? Is it technical, economic, or something else?
No, I think there are two challenges, and they're pretty obvious ones. One, I think, is that large organizations depend upon accountability, responsibility. They need to know that when they make a decision, that decision is wholly informed. And unfortunately, over the course of the last year or two, because quantum is an emerging technology, there is a significant lack of consensus on why and when a quantum investment should be made. I mean, I take the view that, I'm not a very good golfer, but I watch golf, and at the moment, the mainstream, the green is in sight of us, but the ball is not yet on the green. We need to get on the green in order to be able to make that final putt. So I would say that at the moment, there is an incredibly high bar, which we should have in the industry, so that we can speak clearly, we can speak consistently, and we can be held to account. Countries and nations such as Saudi Arabia, who are keen to exploit these technologies, cannot afford to make an investment which is based on wrong information.
Okay.
So I think this is the first challenge that we have, and I'm optimistic that in the course of the next 12 to 24 months, that challenge will be met, because then there will be no more waving of arms. There will be actual empirical evidence of claims that have previously been theoretic. My view that this is a 2027 achievement. The second obstacle, of course, is that we do need a reliable ecosystem. I have colleagues here who are focused, for example, on cybersecurity, but in my view, in 100 years' time, nobody's going to remember the fact that some post-quantum encryption was good or bad. I'm not diminishing the economic importance of cybersecurity, but these are big, big, big societal challenges. The tectonic plates upon which humanity has been constructed are shifting here, and it requires a diverse but integrated approach. And just the last 2 weeks, Mohammed, we have seen that the world is struggling with gaining some consensus. And I'm hoping that within quantum computing, the world comes together instead of moving apart. So I think these are two very clear areas, because the technology is proven. There is no doubt that this is the biggest impact on humanity for 11,000 years. Nothing is bigger. So that is not the problem. The problem is man-made.
Interesting. Thank you very much. Yes, and this brings me really to the security again. Given the importance of it, yet many organizations are hesitant to apply it. So, from your perspective, what are the unforeseen obstacles that you encounter while you were creating the quantum-based solutions to safeguard the data, and how did you address these issues?
I actually really agree with Ilyas. The biggest challenges that we face are man-made. So it's not, when we're facing challenges going out and scaling, it's really, it's not technology problems. It's humans. And I would love nothing more as the cybersecurity person to be relevant for a short period of time while everybody understands and realizes that they can make this upgrade very quickly and then get past the threat of quantum computing to talk about the really cool, exciting stuff. And therein lies the one of the big challenges. I almost every day have a conversation with a CISO or cybersecurity leader who does not realize that the quantum threat is in a lot of ways a solved problem, and that you do not need a quantum computer to fight a quantum computer. So I think it gets tied in really tightly with this quantum discussion, but we don't do anything quantum. It's just encryption. It's relatively mundane. So I think just getting people to the point where they understand that we are in this migration cycle to upgrade our secured communications to things that are quantum safe and crypto agile, one of those buzzwords. But it's that education. And the sooner we can get past the cybersecurity side, the big threat of quantum, the looming threat that most people don't understand, most people still don't understand is a solved problem, the sooner we can just really focus on those exciting things where we can bring humanity together. And then I think there was a second part of your question.
Yeah, how did you address those ones?
How do we address this? Well, education and everybody really understanding that it's just technology. It's just adoption of a new technology cycle. And then from a technology perspective, I'd say one of the early challenges that we faced was a lot of organizations and both private and public sector have invested millions, sometimes billions, into their existing infrastructure. So how do you enable them to migrate their encryption in a way that does not make them rip out that infrastructure they've already put in place, but instead is compatible with a lot of legacy infrastructure, does not impact the existing performance of their systems, and so on and so forth. So, and those are all very solvable problems, but yeah, I do agree with Ilyas. We should all understand that this migration is important. We need to protect data from that harvest now, decrypt later, and so everyone should spread the word. And once we get past that, we'll be in a great place.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Back to the climate here. If we talk about the cross sectors and what strategies people and organizations need to adopt and harness in order to have like a comprehensive climate solution, and which initiative do you think most promising?
Yeah. So there are three that come quickly to mind, no? And we mentioned before the case of the energy sector, no? So how they use quantum annihilation to actually improve the way they calculate the grid system, no? Versus traditional computers. Another application that I see a lot of future is already being proven is the use of quantum simulations for new materials, no? In the climate space. We're talking about new batteries, new catalysts, new materials for carbon sequestration technologies, no? But the one, and answering to your second question, the one that I'm more interested, or I think it has more potential and I'm also more passionate about, is how this integration between AI and quantum can happen, no? To solve problems regarding numerical weather prediction, climate simulations, where, and maybe I'll leave you with a couple of take-home messages, no? Like, I mean, in the next 5 years, we're expecting to experiment the same natural disasters exacerbated by climate that we did since 1990. So that's 35 years of floods, wildfires, storms in the next 5 years. This is a 23 trillion US dollars problem, as according to the UN. So how can we take the potential of quantum to actually tackle the challenges that we have with climate? This is one of the areas that I'm very interested. And as Elias was mentioning before, I think this is not something that we're gonna see 5-10 years from now. I believe 1-2 years from now, we're already gonna be making decisions in a different way, just from the very simple decision of where I build my next home, no, to how do I actually take the risk against that home.
Excellent. Thank you very much. The last question, I kept it really, and I have special interest on, and I gave it to an independent consultant here. It talks about the different hardware modalities. And I believe all of us share this concern. So from your own experience, which one would you believe out of these different hardware modalities, which one will have maybe the earliest tangible benefits? And also looking ahead, what framework should we put in place to ensure that those modalities scale and they are deployed responsibly and equitably across the global industries and regions? Take your time.
It's a good question. It's a question that I almost always get, and I almost always try to be neutral in that answer. But you know, it's not one solution that rules all. It's not one ring that rules everything, right? So you're going to find solutions that are more hybrid in nature. I think all of us over here have been alluding to the fact that you have a combination of both classical and quantum mechanical solutions going in tandem in many instances in trying to solve these problems. Now, we hear news constantly about how you have annealers solving these pilotable solutions, et cetera, and I think they've got their benefits to what they're saying, and you've got them solving it in the most hybridized classical way of solving problems. I think the philosophy of quantum mechanical solutions are applied when you truly take a look at quantum mechanical solutions solved in its or attempted to be solved in its purest way. You've got a handful of modalities out here that are truly winning the race. And I'm not just saying this because Ilias is sitting next to me, but trapped ions over here truly have a very strong future alongside with a lot of the modalities that they're testing it out with superconducting. And you would see explorations to go beyond just let me make this chip function perfectly well, and strategies on how they do it or not is up to them. But using that in conjunction with how you would link it up through quantum communication technologies or techniques, or Ilias and I were just exchanging this thing with quantum RAM as well. There's a lot of things to solve for before anyone can answer which modality is the best and is solving near-term value. But I do think value is seen and is benefited across every single company that I have served. Right? At Accenture, almost every problem that you want to bring in front of your clients, you solve it with a business mandate, solving a business problem. And I think a lot of these people are doing that today, and it's that's the path to take forward. I would say to your second question, and echoing what everybody else over here has been saying as well, it starts with your young. It starts with education, right? We keep seeing this time and time again. It's not everybody is educated in quantum mechanics. It's a very complicated activity. So I'll give you an example, an anecdotal example. I teach my two kids, Ray and Zia, right? So I teach them the stuff that I'm doing at work all the time. And I started with the most basic one. It's Quantum for Babies. I don't know if you've read that. It's a book written by William Hurley. He goes by Worley. You start with that, start something simple. And then I see in high school, and I was one of the jury members for a high school competition, and they brought the most simplistic examples of layering light and seeing where the light is being distributed as you're separating it out and you're observing it. And they're applying the same principles and thinking that this is how I can do this, further my studies. And I teach in college at UPM and so on, and it gets more advanced. So you start with your young, not just my kids, teach my kids too, but then you move it through to colleges and everywhere else and make sure that it's accessible. As you're developing a lot of these things, I've seen this thing happen in the AI phase, right, where, or even in cybersecurity phase, where there isn't the necessary governance that is set in place. Take nature in its most fundamental perspectives, and you're solving these problems today. Well, very quickly you find AI coming forward in producing alternatives to how medicines could be produced. And as they're producing that in a replicatable fashion, and as they're delivering drugs through this technique, similarly, when these quantum computers are going to be ready to do that at that similar scale where I'm producing repeatable ways to deliver drugs, institutions like the FDA needs to be in front to regulate this thing to its best ability, right? And the third pillar, and the third and final one, is really finding that international collaboration and governance to go along with all of that. And the things that's happening here today is a very, very good example of how to push that forward. We've been working very closely with the World Economic Forum to push, and C4IR to exactly push this agenda, to bring people together to discuss these concepts over here, but not just leave it at the discussion, to find a way to use that, materialize it, and start delivering against an end goal to bring this together to deliver value, which is what fundamentally, at Accenture, what we're doing.
Great insight. Thank you very much. I think we are running out of time, as people told me. So I'll give just 1 minute each, please, to have a final word to the audience, please. I'll start with Rebecca, please.
Thank you so much for having us here today. I think this is creating these kind of international talks, and the hub that you've created for innovation is incredible and helps push all of our work forward. I would just say, I think the more that we can focus on literacy and understanding that just because people might not be a quantum computing scientist or otherwise. Everybody needs to be part of the conversation because this technology is going to have perhaps even more profound impact on everybody than AI has or will. So I think it's everybody's responsibility to, whether they understand the science or not, is not as important as helping design and inform that future that we're building together.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Dr. Alejandro?
Yeah. Definitely second your opinion, but maybe I'll leave everyone with a question. And I think we should stop asking ourselves what quantum can do to improve processes faster and better, and maybe start asking ourselves different kind of questions. Because I think quantum is really opening a new wave of thinking that we should embrace. No? And maybe I will quote here Henry Ford, no, the car manufacturer, when he was said, like, if you ask people what they need, they will ask you for faster horses. But maybe they were solving for the wrong problem, no? And then he was inventing the car, no? So maybe we need to start asking these new questions on what quantum can give us and what cannot.
Thank you very much. To you, Elias.
Yes, thank you, first of all, for this panel, expertly chaired, Mohammed. Today is the International Quantum Day all over the world. In many, many cities and many countries, events like this are taking place. So I would like to finish by hoping that in this industrial revolution, which will shape the future of the kingdom, that Saudi Arabia is not only a leader in this region, but a global leader. I hope that this particular event can have that reverberation, because this is important.
Exactly. Thank you very much. Shiraz?
It's not just a thought. It's not an afterthought. It's now today, in today's boardroom discussions, it is a strategy that has been set in place, and we are doing it every day. And I actually also see Saudi Arabia doing it today. One of the great companies, Aramco, has actually been doing it for years now, for 5-6 years now. It's just 2018, more than that, if I recall.
Around it.
Right? So you're seeing examples of companies doing it here today, and I just feel like you doing this event over here, getting everybody else together, I think you can see that there's a whole lot more to be done. So don't make it just part of your conversations, make it part of your execution.
Thank you very much. Thanks to our panelists for sharing such valuable insights and great experience today. As you can see, the quantum technology have passed, of course, is no more just theoretical speaking. It has tangible and real world impact. And every journey, I believe it comes with its own challenges, but with the right preparation, I believe the potential is incredible. I hope this session brought some light on the importance of this topic, and I hope people start incorporating the quantum into their roadmap journey. With this one, I would like to thank you all for listening, and I wish you a pleasant day. Thank you, everyone. Thanks. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Rebecca.
You guys.
Appreciate it.
It's great.
Thank you very much.
Nicely done.
Thanks, Elias. Wonderful.
Great.
Thank you. Thanks,
Nicely done.
Thanks. Please.
Shall I give you these?
This is Rakan. I'm not sure if you remember me. We had a meeting in regards to the documentary.
One, two, three. Thank you. Just checking and making sure this works. It's been a fascinating day, ladies and gentlemen, and the last session that we had was truly invigorating with many interesting remarks. One of the after things that came to mind was when they said quantum is not an afterthought but a strategy, and that really puts it into place as a very keen perspective. And it really surprised me when they said that it's not just a theory and speech, but there actually is tangible results that we can get out of quantum, and the potential of it is incredible. And hopefully today you're going to leave with lots of incredible ideas to make sure that all of this becomes a reality in the world. I wouldn't be amiss if I didn't give a joke on quantum, so let me tell you what some of the experts informed me. They told me that there are 3 types of people in this world: those who understand quantum computing, those who do not understand quantum computing, and those who both simultaneously do and do not understand quantum computing. I found that hilarious. I hope you enjoy it as well. I wouldn't mind a couple of laughs here and there, just to keep us going. Weak audience, no problem. I'll try better next time. So we're just waiting for our panelists to just get ready, inshallah, and meet us on stage. We do have a very interesting panel coming up. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is our final morning panel, which we will discuss bridging academia and industry, turning research into practical solutions. This panel is moderated by Dr. Mohammed Filimban, Assistant Professor at King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals. This discussion will explore how academic research translates into real-world applications. Joining us today are Mr. Chun Young Lum, CEO and co-founder of Spectral, Dr. Stefan Leichenauer, Vice President of Engineering at Sandbox AQ, Dr. Maryam Nouh, Vice President of Economics at the Future Sector of King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology, and last but not least, Ibrahim Nia, CEO of National Technology Development Program. Please welcome them.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to congratulate the Center of Fourth Industrial Revolution for the organization and execution of this wonderful event. This is not only to celebrate the World Quantum Day, but also to celebrate 100 years of quantum. I think we are sitting between you and lunch, so we'll be on time. But I'm very delighted to be sharing the stage with the esteemed panelists representing research institutes, academic, government organizations, as well as the industry. Basically, this panel discussion is about discussing how to bridge the gap between academia and industry to discuss how to turn research solution into commercial product. So in this session, we will be engaged in a discussion to discuss how to identify key enablers that allows us to bridge the gap between research and commercialization. That includes funding mechanisms, technology transfer policies, workforce development initiatives. As an academician myself, I'm a firm believer that innovation starts from classrooms, starts from research labs, but I also, and we have good examples in the field of quantum technology in general. If I am not mistaken, Quantinium, Pascal, originated actually from research labs. And this is not only for quantum, but also for all technology, for all fields. And I also believe that working in isolation in research labs will not make the impact. So there has to be a bridge between industry and research labs and academia in general. So let us start our discussion by addressing a question to Mr. Ibrahim, who is the CEO of the National Technology Development Program in TDP. So why do universities and businesses, including startups and big companies, need to work together more closely, especially in quantum research. And what role those collaboration play in speeding up such collaboration?
Okay, great. Good afternoon, everyone. This is a great question. I think universities and research centers are the engine of the foundational quantum research, where all great ideas, great research, deep research for future technologies came from. They are the source of all these great research and breakthroughs. But without the integration with the ecosystem, without the collaboration with the whole ecosystem between the universities, startups, investments, government, many of these breakthroughs will never leave the lab. The great thing about businesses and startups, that those startups and businesses take these ideas or breakthroughs, research, and transform it to a bring the commercialization mindset and aspect to these great researches. They bring the market insight. They transform these ideas or research into scalable products or business and help the market and disrupt also the different industries and markets. And this is what we do actually in the National Technology Development Program. NTDB is a $700 million fund. And inshallah, starting from next year, we are becoming a bigger fund. I cannot disclose the budget, but soon we will announce that. But one of the main mandate of NTDB is how we bridge the gap between the research and theories and also transform these into a commercialization startups or products. And this is what we do. So we work, one of our products, we provide a lot of grants and incentives to transform ideas and research into startups. And we help the entrepreneurs to build their startups out of these research. One of our products is called Next Era, where we incentivize the R&D's activities within the startups, within the ecosystem, and bring the collaboration between universities, scientists, and also research centers with the startups to transform the R&D into, let's say, a commercialization products and help them to apply these research into the market and help the startups either to grow their business or to adapt new technologies and also to increase the efficiency and effectiveness of their operation. So what we do, actually, we provide conditional grants where they work on R&D projects with professors, with researchers, to integrate these ideas within the startups. So far, we launched 2 cohorts, and we are about to launch and announce actually the startup that will be with us in the 3rd cohort, inshallah, next week. Also, one of the things, one of our products is called MVP Lab, where we incentivize or provide conditional grants for entrepreneurs to transform the ideas into startups. And last year, we had a collaboration with King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology to support researchers to transform their scientific research into startups. We launched 2 cohorts. We helped 50 researchers to transform their research into startups. And we are going to continue to do this. And right now, this year, we are going to focus to do the same thing with quantum, agentic AI, as well, and deep tech.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Ibrahim. And I just have to say this. It's amazing to see the crowd getting larger and larger every year in such events. And this really indicates that this country and people are really interested in this technology. And I think you are playing a really important role in fostering or changing this or transforming this interest into real products. Also with us in the among the panelists, Dr. Stefan Leichenauer, Vice President Engineering in Sandbox AQ, also Mr. Chon Yang, CEO and co-founder of Spectral, who are representing the industry. Both are working in prominent startups. So I would like to direct this question to you, Dr. Stefan and Chun. When it comes into innovation, I think we have different timetables, different time scale between academia and startup. So in terms of quantum technology in particular, how would you characterize the present level of cooperation between academia and industry? We'll start with you, Dr. Stefan.
Yeah, so it's true that academia and industry have different timetables, they have different incentives, they have different goals. In academia, the goal is often to pursue fundamental research to make new breakthroughs, right? And in industry, the goal is more to prove the value of these things, practical value, turn it into a business, make it a thing that can actually make money, do the real world engineering, so to speak, after the fundamental science is done. And I know that at least when I was a student, there wasn't a lot of communication between these two domains. Academia was separate, industry was separate, and there was no collaboration really. But I think over the last 10 years, 15 years, and more especially in the last few years, the bridges have been built. And there's still a ways to go. There's still are useful collaborations that have yet to be unlocked. But I think we're doing better than we used to be. Part of the bridge that gets built is at the level of individuals and people, and having more interactions between people who are in academia, for example, spending time with industry partners through things like internships and fellowships and residencies is something that we're very proud of that we do at Sandbox. And through that kind of communication, we can improve how these two important parts of the ecosystem interact over time.
Excellent. Mr. Chun?
Yeah. Testing. Yeah, so the timelines for academia and industry are inherently a little bit different, and the priorities are different as well. So I echo Dr. Stefan, the academia is primarily interested in what is possible. And for us as an industry, we want to make it practical. What is practical and how to scale it to a large scale, right? I give a very specific example for Spectral, right? So we are a spin-off company from the Center for Quantum Technologies based in Singapore. What we do is satellite-based quantum key distribution. So putting a quantum device on a satellite to distribute keys around the world. What happened in 2011 at the Center for Quantum Technologies is they asked the question, can we generate entanglement in space, right? Physically, theoretically, it's possible, but no one has done it before. So essentially, they took 10 years and 3 space missions to get to 2019, where they demonstrated quantum entanglement in space, right? And this is showing what's possible. And from there, Spectral was spun off to determine what is practical and to go for the implementation and the scaling to enable quantum-safe communication around the world. So right now, we are working on the practicality, right? Building very robust quantum key distribution device that can be repeatedly put on satellites and can be used as a practical solution for quantum-safe communications around the world. So we have our first satellite launching this year. It took a little bit of time as well, but we're asking different questions and different priorities in terms of working with academia. And there's a natural transition from academia to industry on asking the right questions at the right time and doing it in the right timeline.
Excellent. So we discussed about, let's say, programs, funds, and also we discussed about the timetable and the difference between the priorities between industry and academia. But also we cannot neglect the factor of manpower, the talent. So I would like to direct this question to Dr. Mariam Noor, who's the VP for Economies of the Future at CACS. Quantum technology requires a very specialized skill set, probably because it's not only a relatively new field of science, but also because it is difficult. It is counterintuitive somehow. So my question to you is, how do you envision the collaboration between academia and industry being working together to bridge the gap of the talent and how to train the next generation of quantum experts.
Thank you, Dr. Mohammed, for having me here, and pleasure to be with you all today. I think this is a very key element when it comes to talking about quantum technologies and quantum computing. So what kind of talent, what are the skill set that we need in the workforce to even push the boundaries for this technology and domain? When we talk about quantum technologies, it requires a diverse skill set from backgrounds in physics, mathematics, computer science, engineering. So it requires a multifaceted approach and investment in different fields to establish the know-how and the skill set to push this technology, this nascent technology, further. Now, how do we do that? It all starts from universities, having programs, specialized programs that train the talent in quantum computing, in quantum communication, and sensing is a very key element. Now we start with theory, but it shouldn't end there. It should have an application or a training program that the student can apply some of these knowledge and theories that they learn into real-world application. And this comes through partnership with industry. Having programs that fund internship programs in the industry in quantum-based applications and areas is a key element. The second thing is industry-led grants. So we see companies, for example, like Aramco investing heavily in quantum technologies and quantum computing, having programs that fund students on a graduate level or fund internship programs for students to apply some of these knowledge is key. Finally, I would like to also stress the need to not only invest in these students on early stages, but also look at programs that upskill the existing workforce. So many of my colleagues that I see who work in the quantum technologies area come from different backgrounds. So some come from HPC background, computer science, mathematics, and they were able to adjust their skill set and training to apply it to developing use cases based on quantum computing and quantum communication. So the approach that we need to take is to establish program for the early level students, programs specialized to mid-career, and also programs that target leadership. So we need the leadership to understand the impact of, or the potential impact for quantum technologies in general and quantum computing in particular.
Thank you, Dr. Mariam. And I like how the way you frame it is not only, we should not only educate the young generation, but also the decision maker. So this kind of brings the sustainability factor into bridging the talent gap in quantum technology in general. So back to you, Stefan. Dr. Mariam talked about some of the obstacles, technical obstacles at some point. So coming from industry, with your experience, how can effective cooperation between the academic institution and industry can overcome these obstacles? And if you have any suggestions how to overcome these obstacles?
Yes, it's a very good question and a very important topic. Some of it we touched on before about the different cultural differences, timelines, et cetera, improving communication and making sure that everybody's on the same page. But there are more practical concerns as well, that come when you actually try and have a collaboration, especially if it's around a technology that is coming out of a university or a research lab and industry is ready to take it to that practical level. There are a lot of practical concerns that come up at that stage. So concerns about, for example, IP. And when you're doing a joint development, who owns what, and what role does each group play in the stage? And it can slow things down dramatically once you get to that bureaucratic step. So it does represent a real obstacle for those who, for an industry which is not used to doing a lot of collaboration yet with academia and so on. In areas that are a little bit more developed, like in the more classical computer science and AI, they have more well-oiled machines for handling this kind of thing. But something that needs a little more work in the quantum space is these kinds of playbooks for how to actually have a joint collaboration, how to actually transfer IP from academia into industry, how to share ownership and so on. What are the people who have familiarity with how those kinds of things work should be there to make sure it happens, liaison offices and things like that, and just very practical playbooks for how to make sure this can get done efficiently and rapidly.
Okay, excellent. So, Chun, I think you talked about an example of a project that you were conducted in collaboration with academia. Can you give us, from your experience, a few examples, one or two examples of successful collaboration where quantum research actually transitioned from academic theory, from the research lab, into a successful and practical industry application?
Yes, thank you. So I'll tell the story of how Spectral came to be. I mentioned a little bit just now that we are spun off from the Center for Quantum Technologies. The pathways towards commercialization and spin-off is never easy. As what Dr. Stefan and Mr. Ibrahim has said, the IP licensing framework has to be addressed, especially in quantum tech, where a lot of new things are being developed. A clear IP framework from the university or from academia to allow industry to properly kind of evaluate or interact with academia is very, very key. So at the time of formation, when we started the spin-off, it was still quite early days. It was 2017, 2018, which is the kind of the rise of this quantum computing or quantum technologies interest. The framework wasn't, to be honest, within the system, it wasn't very well established. It took us a little bit of time, roughly about a year or so, to I guess, negotiate and come to an understanding of how to transition the IP exclusive licensing from the university to the company, and what kind of stakeholdings or stake does the academia or the industry, the university would have in the company. So this is one process, but I think that process turned out quite well. We basically inherited or kind of built on the heritage and the intellectual properties that has been built out over a decade worth of R&D into the company. And from there on, we concentrate on the practicality, on the scaling, on the implementation, and working with partners in the industry, right? The space industry, the telecommunication industry, the cybersecurity industry, as well as government and defense, to implement quantum-safe communication within Singapore, and also working with international partners around the world to enable this. So there's a natural role for academia and industry. We focus on different things, but the transition is absolutely key, and the framework and encouragement from government, and especially having programs for translation, that's absolutely important for quantum technologies and to see that being used in industry.
Excellent. Back to you, Ibrahim. I think you talked about a couple of programs in NTDP, the National Technology Development Program, and basically it is tailored toward establishing incubators for startups, and also transferring the knowledge from research into startups. While you are working in TDP and closely working with young generation who have ideas and innovative ideas, what are the roles that startups and emerging companies, especially in quantum technologies, can play in accelerating the gap between academia and industry? And probably you can answer that with an example, one or two examples, not necessarily in the quantum technology, but in digital economy in general.
Okay, great. I believe that startups, they play a very essential role to be a bridge to transform all these great theories and researchers out of the lab into the market. The good thing about startups and entrepreneurs that they take risks, they move fast, and they can put these theories into action, into the market to test these theories. They might fail, and the failure rate is really high. But the good thing about failure is they can test these theories, they can pivot, they can go back to the market and keep evolving these theories or research or ideas to find the right market fit products out of these research. So startups, they play a very essential role to transform all these theories, the breakthroughs out of the lab, to put it into the test, into the market. And again, as I said, they move fast, they take risks, they brought resources, and also they bring the commercialization mindset into this research. Building a startup ecosystem that depends on deep tech or quantum is very essential, and we are seeing like a lot of countries in Europe and US, they started to do this many years ago. And actually, I was in UK last year to visit the deep tech ecosystem. I went to with the SVC, with a group of with the RDIA as well, to see how they build the deep tech ecosystem. So it's an ecosystem where you need the startups actually to transform all these research. You need the universities. They are the cornerstone and the source of all these great breakthroughs and ideas and research. But of course, to transform this, you need the startups. You need the entrepreneurs. You need to encourage and incentivize the entrepreneurs to transform or to move from like a regular startup, like for example an e-commerce or a fintech or something like that, to transform to a quantum, a deep tech. I'm not saying that the e-commerce or the fintech, it's really important, and we need more of an e-commerce, we need more of a fintech, but we need to plant the seed for building a deep tech startup ecosystem. And I think quantum is disrupting a lot of industries, and that's why we, in the beginning of this year, we had a partnership with the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution with Dr. Basma, in the leadership with Dr. Basma Bheran, to build a 20 quantum-based startups, inshallah, within this year. So we are working closely with them. Maybe 50% of them, they might fail. 75% of them, they might fail. But at least the 20% or the 25% that they succeed, they might change the scene of the ecosystem. As I was saying in the beginning, in NTDB, we have 18 products in our portfolio where we support the entrepreneurs from the ideation phase through all the journey until they reach to a unicorn start or they exit through the IPO. So we start by, for example, for the quantum-based startups, we had an agreement right now to give any entrepreneur that they take any research out of the lab in quantum computing or in quantum world and transform it to a startup. We give them up to $500,000 riyal to build the product or to build at least the MVP lab. Then we help them to go into the market. We link them with VC funds, with fund managers, and also if they quit their jobs to focus on their business, we give them a salary for 1 year. So we help them through the whole journey to make sure that they succeed. The good thing is, in the last 3 years, we built around 735 startups through our programs, and we keep supporting the entrepreneurs. So last year, when we started, actually, when we launched the cohort with CACS to build the startups based on the scientific research, we had all the experience from the market. So we succeed to build 50 startups out of CACS, and really would like to do this with the quantum industry as well.
Absolutely. Wonderful. And I like this mindset of accepting failure.
Yeah.
Because this is essential in fostering the economy, quantum technology specifically. Back to you, Dr. Mariam. Reflecting to the Saudi Arabia Vision 2030, and we aspire to become a global leader in quantum innovation. So how does the Vision 2030's program can strengthen the partnership between universities and businesses?
I think this is a very important question. One of the main objectives and goals of Vision 2030 is to diversify the economy, to invest in the technology and build a vibrant society. So when we talk about quantum technologies, I would consider it's the technology for the future. So what we're seeing today with the hype and the advancement of AI and generative AI, we will have that quantum moment a few years from now. So we need to prepare from today. We need to prepare the talent, we need to prepare the technology, the infrastructure, and the use cases where we can apply this technology to advance, whether it's in the energy, oil and gas, in biotech. The use cases or the applications are endless that can benefit from the advancement of quantum computing and technologies in general. When it comes to the partnership between government and private sector, so establishing grant programs, we have seen with the Research Development and Innovation Authority multiple programs that encourage partnership between academia and industry and dedicating special grant programs for them. Second, investment in the infrastructure. As we all know, quantum technology requires massive, very expensive infrastructure to be available. So if you want to scale up the research that's happening in the universities, you have to provide state-of-the-art infrastructure that is capable of advancing these theoretical and academic research. Third is partnership. As we all know, technology and innovation and science doesn't know boundaries. It's a global initiative that requires connecting minds from different places from the world. So establishing government-level, government-to-government partnership in quantum technologies, I think, is key, because the talent and the expertise around the world is still limited. If you look at Europe and the US or in Asia, it's still the number of expertise when it comes to quantum technologies is limited. So the answer is to join forces, to establish these cross-boundaries partnerships, to share knowledge and localize technologies. I think these three elements is key to establishing that strong presence for the kingdom when it comes to quantum technologies.
Awesome. Thank you, Dr. Mariam. And I would like to probably conclude this session by directing this question to Dr. Stefan and Chun, being based in the US and as well in Singapore, having exposure to, I would say, different quantum economy than the one we have in Saudi Arabia. So I would like to ask you this question. If you want to learn lessons as a country, or not only Saudi Arabia, but any emerging player in the quantum technology, what are good global examples for effective academia and industry collaboration in quantum technology that you can share with us? Start with you, Stefan.
I think it's important to remember that the path to quantum technology, as with any technology, is a marathon, not a sprint, right? The startups that are coming out right now, they may succeed, they may fail, and we're looking forward to maybe in a few years having some of those, say, ChatGPT-like moments with quantum computers. But that's only the beginning. And at that point, there'll be a new round of startups coming up, ready to commercialize the next set of technology, and it's going to continue. And so the thing to remember is that there's just constantly a funnel of ideas. New ideas are always coming out. There's a maturation of industry players as the technology matures, and it's a very long-term kind of thing. And so if you look at the U.S., for example, has a long history of in the technology space, quantum technologies included, having a continuous funnel of new ideas and new startups coming in, some coming out of academia, some spinning out of different corporations spin out their own startups. This is how Sandbox AQ came to be, and making sure that the ecosystem remains healthy for the long term is it's vital.
Great. Sure.
So for to sustain a very vibrant kind of academia industry relationship, I think generally get the best ideas from around the world, right? Essentially, maybe someone else somewhere has kind of done it before. So international collaboration is very important. Inherit the best ideas, localize it, and then grow new things from that kind of genesis of an idea, right? And it's always keep a mind out for a feedback loop within academia, industry, and what worked and what doesn't work. The academia can learn a lot from the industry in terms of what is practical and what is scalable, and then innovate and discover new things. And likewise, from the industry's perspective, they can learn a lot from the academy and kind of refine their products and offerings over time. So this international collaboration, I think for the kingdom here, I think is key to grow the sector. And also this feedback loop between academia industry is key. And lastly also, I think in this kind of new areas like quantum technologies, government policies or guidelines or incentives or programs would allow the economy or the quantum sector to flourish. So there's a kind of a very interesting interplay of the three domains here.
Excellent. I think this was a very wonderful discussion. I heard a lot of great stuff. We heard about international collaboration, also putting incentives for researchers. We heard about it's not really, quantum technology is not really a race, it's more like a marathon. So we should not focus only on the long-term or short-term wins, but more like a long-term wins. Also, we discussed about the programs fostering startups and collaboration between industry and between academia and industry to turn the research products into the market. And also heard that failure is okay. Eventually, we will get into a successful startup at some point. We also heard about programs, educational programs, building the right infrastructure for quantum technology. These are key components or key elements for a successful economy in quantum technology. So on my behalf, I would like to thank the esteemed panelists for this exciting and very informative session. And so please join me to thank the esteemed panelists, and we'll conclude our session here. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we approach the end of the event, please join me in welcoming on stage Dr. Basma one more time to present tokens of appreciation and trophies to our distinguished moderators and speakers. We'd like to begin with our first appreciation token with Dr. Talal Al-Sidari. Please come to the stage. Abdullah Al-Harpi, would you please come to the stage? And of course, Sadaf Al-Husseini for her very intricate speech that she gave. Abdullah Al-Harpi. Professor David E. Keyes. Professor David E. Keyes. Please come to the stage. Professor Muhammad Bheran. Aruna Sarcar. Hyman. هاني الحمصي. إلياس خان. Rebecca Krauthammer. Dr. Alejandro Marti. محمد الصيعري. Dr. Alejandro Marti. Chun Yang Lum. Dr. Stefan Leichenauer. Dr. Maryam Nouh. Ibrahim Niaz. Dr. Muhammad Filimban. Shiryas Ramesh. And finally, Dr. Abdullah Dalawi. Of course, we want to take this second and moment to really thank our partners for this event, Saudi Aramco and King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology, because without their support, this event wouldn't have been possible. On behalf of Saudi Aramco, can Abdullah Al-Harpi please come to the stage? And of course, Dr. Talal Sideri on behalf of King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology. Dr. Maryam, please come to the stage. now conclude our morning program with closing remarks by Dr. Raneem Islami, Deputy Managing Director of C4IR Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Noor. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, esteemed speakers, top innovators, and fellow quantum enthusiasts, good afternoon. As we draw the curtains on this celebration of a century of quantum advancement, and as we close this remarkable day, I find myself hopeful and yet excited. How will quantum impact our lives, leading us towards a more promising future? If life has taught us anything, it's that the most transformative breakthroughs often emerge when we least expect it. Disrupting industries, creating new jobs, and reshaping entire economies. In fact, technology consistently redefines what's possible. Niels Bohr once said, "Prediction is very difficult, especially if it's about the future." Well, his words resonate in the world of quantum science, where the more questions we answer, the more we raise, the more we uncover, and the more we realize we're barely scratching the surface. A recent McKinsey study found that quantum can contribute up to $1 trillion to the global economy by 2035. However, this isn't a given. It's an opportunity that can only be captured by answering some critical questions, such as how do we move from quantum potential to quantum value? What role should decision makers, investors, and governments play in defining standards, business models, frameworks for the quantum economy? And how can we ensure that quantum benefits not the few, but the many? We began tackling some of these questions here today. These reflections help us envision a future where quantum technologies help solve some of the most complex challenges, such as energy, healthcare, financial sustainability, and climate change, and many more other challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's fitting that these steps are taken here in Saudi Arabia, the home of the future. As the largest economic powerhouse in the region, and as a nation energized by innovation, the kingdom under Vision 2030 can truly lead the quantum movement. Above all, it will be an inclusive revolution built by the many and for the many. Looking ahead, C4IR Saudi Arabia's Quantum Economy Project, in collaboration with the World Economic Forum, has created a multi-stakeholder platform, which is working on a Saudi quantum economy roadmap, whose goal is to build a nationwide ecosystem, spurring growth into quantum industries, nurturing talents, and positioning the kingdom as an innovation hub. Because we're not waiting for the quantum revolution to happen, we're actually in it right now. And therefore, each and every one of us has a role to play. So let us embrace the challenges in a spirit of collaboration. Let us continue the conversations sparked 100 years ago and still burning. Let us continue the connections we've made and work together to turn the promise of quantum mechanics into global prosperity. Ladies and gentlemen, before I conclude, allow me to express some thanks. My sincere thanks to CAXT and Saudi Aramco. Your partnership reflects the kingdom's growing commitment to positioning quantum technologies at the heart of our innovative ecosystem. As national leaders in science and technology, your engagement signals considerable national interest and investment in quantum science. I would also like to acknowledge that today would have been impossible without the dedication of C4IR Saudi Arabia's team. Your hard work has made today's event a success, and for that I thank you. I would like to leave you with one thought. We create technologies to connect ourselves, to drive collective progress. Yet some technologies create divides, those with access and those without. With quantum, we can't let this happen. So let's collaborate, let's unite, and let's build a future where quantum is for all. Thank you.
What a fantastic conclusion to a very wonderful, insightful day. Thank you, Dr. Reneem, for those inspiring words. And now, on behalf of C4IR Saudi Arabia and our partners, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to all speakers, panelists, attendees, and volunteers for making this event a success. Thank you for being part of this incredible journey. Please enjoy lunch at the company of like-minded people, and the afternoon sessions start at 2 p.m., so please be here by then. Once more, this concludes our formal morning session. Thank you all and have a very fantastic, lovely day. Thank you, everyone. Just one more time before I leave you. Please be reminded that the sessions will be continued by 2 p.m. inshallah. So let's regroup here in 1 hour. Thank you all very much.